Good evening and welcome to the May 19th meeting of the East Point City Council. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Shropshire, Councilmember Freedley, Councilmember Atkins,
Present.
Councilmember Ziegler,
Yeah.
Councilmember Cummings will be late, Councilmember Mitchell, Councilmember Butler, Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Present.
Mayor Holiday Ingram, we have a quorum.
Evening will be by Reverend Walter Mobley of Victory Baptist Church, followed by the pledge to the flag. Please stand and remain standing.
We thank you, God, for the many and multiple blessings you've given to us in spite of us. We thank you how you've given us life and opportunity to be vital. We thank you for this mayor and the city council. Bless them as they convene, as they work together, as they try to make this city better. For we, the citizens, thank you for all the city employees, and thank you for all those who help make East Point a wonderful place to live, play, and work. It's in the blessed name of our God and our Christ. Amen.
And assalamu alaikum.
Waiting on the proclamations to come down. So, our Sergeant at Arms this evening is Captain Robinson. Thank you so much for your service this evening. We have a number of presentations this evening, and the proclamations are being brought down from my office in just a moment. So we'll go ahead and get started with the legislative update. We have our state delegation here with us. Is everyone here? Senator, I see Representative Schofield, Senator Halpern, Representative Miller, and Representative Dawson, our new member. And the proclamations are being brought in. So I think what I'll do, because the proclamations will be brief, I'll go through the two proclamations, then I'll do the legislative update, and then I will go in the order that the presentations are in. And so, first up, how many of you know it is a blessing? Long life is a blessing. A century is a rare blessing. And so, tonight, we are going to present to Mr. King's daughter a proclamation honoring his 100th birthday. Mr. King will turn 100 years young on August the 24th of this year. And so, whereas in recognition of Mr. Howard Ole King Sr., whereas Mr. Howard Ole King Sr. will be honored by friends and relatives on the occasion of his 100th birthday on August 24, 2025, and the city of East Point, Georgia takes great pleasure in celebrating the Road to 100 for Mr. Howard O. King Sr., marking a century of remarkable life, service, and legacy. And whereas on January 15, 1945, Mr. King united with Lily Marie Pollard in holy matrimony, and between the years of December 26, 1945 and September 4th of 1952, 3 children were added to this union. And whereas Mr. King Sr. served this country with distinction, demonstrating unwavering dedication to military service, civic responsibilities, and his faith community. And whereas on November 1st, 1942, Mr. Howard O. King was promoted to Officer Steward 3rd Class, followed by another well-earned promotion to Officer Steward 2nd Class on August 1st, 1943, further solidifying his role in service to the nation, and also promoted to Officer 1st Class. Then later on December 22nd, 1945, Mr. Howard O. King was relieved of his military duties with the presentation of honorable discharge. And whereas Mr. Howard Ole King Sr. pursued his college education at the Florida Agricultural and Mechanical University, yeah, I'm a little biased, and worked at the FAMU Hospital for Colored Only. It was in this hospital that Mr. Howard O. King met Duke Ellington and his orchestra. And whereas in each role, Mr. King left a legacy of professionalism, integrity, and teamwork. He didn't just do the work, he built lasting relationships, mentored others, and contributed to missions that served the greater good. And whereas Mr. Howard O. King's life is a true testament to the power of service, he dedicated himself to others not for recognition or reward, but because it was simply who he was, whether in uniform or out in the community. He continues to live each day with purpose and generosity. Therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Dina Holiday Ingram of the City of East Point, along with the City Council, do join with the family and friends of Mr. Howard O. King Sr. to honor, celebrate, and extend our heartfelt well wishes on his centenarian 100th birthday and wish him many more happy and fulfilling years. Face us.
Okay.
I
I can face out?
You can kind of, but if you
Yes.
need to talk in here so they can
Okay.
hear you.
Okay. On behalf of my father and my mom, they've celebrated their 80th anniversary this past January. I would really like to thank you so much. I've been here with them for about 2.5 years now. I've moved in. I've moved in with my parents. But they have just been a delight and challenging because they're still very strong-willed at 99 and 97. So they're good. But I want to thank you on behalf of both of them. And as I told the mayor, my dad told me to make sure I say, the FAMU Rattlers will strike. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We will strike, and strike again. Next up, we have a proclamation recognizing Eagle Scout Garrison Grimes of Boy Scout Troop 54. Garrison has reached the highest level of Scout recognition, and so we have a proclamation from him. Him and his family will invite you up after I read it, and we'll take a picture with council again. Whereas the mission of the Boy Scouts of America is to prepare young people to become responsible, engaged citizens and leaders who are guided by the Scout Oath and law. And whereas Garrison Grimes began his scouting career in 2nd grade as a Club Scout in Pack 3310 at Stonewall Tell Elementary School in Atlanta, Georgia. And whereas Garrison earned his Arrow of Light in 5th grade, then joined Boy Scout Troop 54 at East Point First Malibu United Methodist Church in East Point, Georgia in 2019, and has been a proud active member for 10 years in scouting. And whereas as a Boy Scout in Troop 54, Garrison served in the leadership positions of Senior Patrol Leader, Assistant Patrol Leader, Instructor, Librarian, and worked with younger scouts in Pack 3310 at Pinewood Derby and mentoring younger youth as they continue their scouting journey. And whereas Garrison has had an incredible experience in scouting, earning dozens of merit badges, camping extensively, hiking countless miles, dedicating many hours to community service, and being honored by his peers with induction into the Order of the Arrow Honor Society in 2023. And whereas Garrison was selected to participate in the Atlanta Council's 2023 High Adventure Sea Base Trek on the primitive Big Monson Island in the Florida Keys, where he was selected senior patrol leader for his crew. He also attended the flagship event, National Jamboree in West Virginia, proudly representing his council. And whereas Garrison has served the city of East Point in annual food and clothing drives, the mayor's annual Thanksgiving brunch, beautification with the East Point Historical Society, and healthcare drives, drives for all citizens. And whereas for his Eagle Scout Community Service Project, Garrison spent 295 hours planning, fundraising, developing, and leading a project team to fully replace the entry sign at the Aviation History and Technology Center. And whereas the rank of Eagle Scout is the highest achievement or rank attainable in the Scouts BSA program of Scouting America, where only 4% of Scouts have earned this rank after a lengthy review process. Therefore, be it resolved that I, Dina Holiday Ingram, Mayor of the City of East Point, along with the City Council, join with the family, friends, and colleagues of Garrison Grimes in recognizing him on achieving the rank of Eagle Scout and commend Garrison for his outstanding achievements and contributions to our community and the state of Georgia. Garrison, come forward. Family, come forward too.
That's quite an accomplishment. How old are you?
I'm 17. I ain't shaking your hand. Yes. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mayor Holiday Ingram, for honoring me with the City of East Point proclamation. I truly appreciate your recognition and support. It means a lot to me and my scouting journey. I would also like to invite you to my Court of Honor on May 31st. Thank you.
Oh. Well, congratulations again. What a great way to start out celebrating our multi-generational community. How about that? How old is Garrison? How old are you? From 17 to 100 tonight, we celebrated. And that is the beauty and diversity of our great city. So we will now go back to the legislative update. So we have our legislators who are here. We have a new legislator, Representative Dawson, but this is our state delegation that represents us in the Georgia House of Representatives. or the Georgia Capitol, I should say. Representative Schofield, Representative Dawson, and Representative Miller represent us in the House of Representatives, and Senator Halpern represents us in the Senate, along with Senator Orrock and Representative Phil Olalaye sent his regards. He's traveling and wasn't able to make it back in time, but we're going to invite them up as we do annually. The session has ended. I'm sure they probably are well rested now. We give them a couple of weeks to catch up on sleep because those are some really long days, those 40 days and 40 nights. So I'm not sure how you all want to present, but feel free to come up and share with us any legislative updates. Thank you so much for being here this evening.
Okay, good. Hello, everybody. I'm going to start us off. I'm Senator Sonia Halpern, and I am thrilled to be with you here again this year. This is the start of my third term, and I just completed my fifth session. So it's an honor to represent all of you and join my colleagues. There is so much that happens over the course of the 40 days, and we could take up your entire council meeting telling you all of the stories of this past session. But I will tell you that we'll each come up and we'll talk about a different angle. But every session really does have its own personality. And I think this session had its own personality like they all do, but this one felt very different. And I think part of what really kind of colored the flavor and the texture of this session was some of the stuff that was happening at the federal level that really pretty quickly I think we started to feel here at the state level too, and impacted some of the work. Certainly in terms of some of the initiatives and the priorities that were brought forward, some of the things that we were or were not able to get accomplished that we wanted to do for our communities, all were tempered a little bit by that kind of overhang of what was happening federally. So I'm gonna share with you. Did I tell you that I represent District 39? It includes East Point with wonderful neighborhoods, but it also includes neighborhoods in Atlanta, College Park, City of South Fulton, and East Point. So I get the chance to represent a really very diverse, socioeconomically diverse district. And one of the priorities that I've had, even long before I ever came to the Georgia Senate, was in education. And oftentimes, you know, we'll talk about Georgia's the number one state, Georgia's the number one state in the country in which to do business. And a lot of times you find us talking about economic development and workforce development, and oftentimes we're talking about it at the tail end of that process. But in recent years, I think we've started to do a much better job of really thinking about the beginning of that and thinking about our earliest learners and then the trajectory that they've got to take to get to a pathway for their success as they get out of high school and get out of college if that's what they choose to do, or get out of a trade school. And so we have taken steps in recent years in the legislature to support student teaching stipends so that our aspiring teachers aren't expected full-time effort for part-time or no pay. That's been some of what we've done in terms of budget allocations. We've supported loan forgiveness initiatives, especially in rural and underserved communities, to make sure that we're lifting up talent that's already based in those communities. And this year, we continue to build on some of the recent literacy work that we've been focused on in the last 2 years. If you don't know, here in Georgia, depends on which study or poll that you want to believe, but honestly, no more than 30% of Georgia's third graders are able to read at grade level. So it's dismally low. And in the last couple of years, we've started to take some real efforts to address that. We've created a literacy commission. We're trying to make sure that there's literacy coaches available throughout every school district in the state. There's 181 school districts in our state, and really making sure that we're continuing to build on that. Because you've got 181 school districts, they're all doing different things. Let's figure out what's actually working and let everybody do that. So that literacy piece is huge. This year we did pass a piece of legislation that builds on that, and it requires, it will require all schools to actually teach the science of reading according to those standards. And so I won't go into it, but there's this thing called 3Qing, and lots of schools have used that as a way to teach, but that's not based and rooted in what we know is the science of reading and phonetics. And so we want to make sure that our schools are moving towards that. That was a piece of legislation that passed, and that was a big win, I think, for students across the state of Georgia. The other thing is that we passed a resolution requiring our Professional Standards Commission to work with all of the other partners around teaching standards and making sure our kids are prepared to enter a 21st century workforce. So this is K-12, but it's really, you've got a government office of student achievement, you've got the Teachers Retirement Fund, you've got professional standards, you've got all of these different entities that really have their heads down doing work, but they're not working collaboratively together. And so we passed a resolution asking them to really work together and over this summer, figure out what the real needs are, including in issues of teacher pipeline. Because we do know that we don't have enough teachers, and we start every year without enough teachers in the classroom. So they're going to do that work. I've participated already since session ended in a couple of different teacher pipeline summits, and I'm excited about the work that will come out of that, because what we've asked them to do, the experts, is to come back and tell us, the legislature, what we need to be doing, and if it requires either budget or if it requires actual legislation or policy, then we can actually back them up in that. So that's an effort that's going to continue to be ongoing. We also passed, you'll recall that last year there was the shooting at Appalachian High School. We have over the years been talking a lot about school safety. It has not looked like gun safety reform, but it has looked like this one piece of legislation that did pass with pretty strong bipartisan agreement that's called Ricky and Alyssa's Law. So last year when the Appalachian High School shooting happened, you might recall seeing in the news that they had just recently put in a system. It's really like a panic alert system that's tied into law enforcement. And that allowed law enforcement to be able to come to the school immediately, know just where they were going, and really it did help to save lives. Though there were too many that were tragically lost, it helped to save lives. So this bill, this law, now signed by the governor, will require every school district to have the same kind of system. And again, it's tied to law enforcement. It's got a mapping piece so that they can identify exactly where to go. But that is what school safety effort looks like right now in terms of the legislature and where we're willing to go. We also, I'll give you two others and then I'm going to stop because there's a lot more. We were able to stop a couple of things that I think are important to mention in this room. There was an anti-DEI bill that effectively would have forbidden all of our schools in Georgia, including our colleges, to do anything that looked like DEI programs, whether it's courses, whether it's training. It would have forced them to get rid of all of those. And the impact of that, I don't have to explain to you what that would mean, but we were really able to effectively stop that at least this year. So that was some good news for those of us who were waging that battle, and that was a pretty hard fight, to be very honest with you. In the Senate, we used a lot of the tools that we had to try to keep it from passing, or at least delay it from passing once we realized that it was going to pass anyway. And then it didn't come back to the House. So that was some good news. And we also were able to stop a bill that would have criminalized librarians. This is kind of in that banned book space that you've been hearing about maybe lately. So librarians in the current law are not included in people who would be responsible if children, for example, got books that we deem to be inappropriate for young people. Librarians in this bill would also now be held responsible and would be subject to some criminal charges. But we were able to stop that, so that's also good news. I'm going to stop there. I could talk to you forever. We do a lot of stuff. I'm lucky enough to be able to sit on the Education and Youth Committee. I sit also on Appropriations, Health and Human Services, Public Safety, Banking and Financial Institutions, and I'm Vice Chair of Urban Affairs. So I've got a pretty big portfolio, but education is one of my most favorite because, of course, we got to prepare the next generation. So, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's good to be here. And I'm going to come this way so I can see the people. Good evening, everyone. I'm Representative Kim Schofield, proud to represent East Point. And as my colleague said, I started Moreland and go all the way down to Union City, so everything in between. I do serve on the Health Committee, Secretary for Urban Affairs, Creative Arts, Small Business, and Labor and Industry. So it's a broad spectrum of things that we do. I've been elected since 2017 and just proud to be here because the work is not done. 92% of my work is outside of session. I'm happy to work with everyone. And a couple of things that you tasked me with the last time we were here, Councilmember Ziegler, was to find some more money in our budget to address some of the real critical issues for youth, and we did put money in the budget to start dealing with safety issues and some other things, so we are working with that. Councilmember Sharpshire, you asked us about the housing and the squatters, and we have 7 bills that address these egregious HOA. I don't know if anybody's experiencing that, and I want to hear your stories at some point. But I just left a meeting this morning about all of these egregious actions by the HOA. So we have 7 bills, and happy that I worked with Senator Donzella James to try to have some housing forums, but we're not done yet. We had the bills did not get hearings or vote, so we're in a 2-year cycle. We're going to keep bringing those bills back until we hear and we start making some real common sense, and I'm going to say the word again, common sense change. And so that's very important to me to hear the housing story. So if you have a housing story that you want us to understand where you are with this, please. I'm going to leave my contact information with the city clerk and make sure that you contact me. So the other things, I did have a bill, and it was actually addressing the problem, and this is a problem in our city, where people are arrested and they take a mugshot or a photo. And that photo remains on the website, and they're not necessarily convicted. So how does that hurt them in housing and jobs? So we did have a bill that made it all the way to rules, but it didn't get on the floor for a vote. But I assure you, I'm going to keep working until we get that one passed. A couple of health care bills that happened. There was a bill that I did get passed that actually does expand services for IVF treatment. So people that want to freeze their eggs that have particular diseases like cancer, lupus, sickle cell. So they have now some extra layer of protection for that. I've also have always worked on fighting against the pharmacy benefit managers. And these are the people that control how much money we pay for medicines. So have been constantly working on that. We're moving slowly. Senator Nan Orrock and I were at the Medical Association of Georgia conference this weekend and met with all the docs. We hear the cries of the people. For small businesses, on June 15th, we will be having a training on dealing with the retail theft crimes that are plaguing our community for small businesses. So we've got a lot of things that are going on in our community. What I need from you is to stay engaged. Stay engaged with us. As I was driving over here, I got dinged. Some of you may have gotten dinged that they're closing 270 CVSs. So that creates a pharmacy desert that we've heat mapped for over 2 years and have been watching that. There's steps that have to be taken. We know people are losing their jobs, thus their health insurance are in jeopardy. We've been working, I was up in DC twice, we've been working with our federal partners to try to find some ways to stabilize this state. We know the state is not going to pick up some of these gaps. So we do have a problem in a crisis. But this is not the time for us to remain silent. This is the time for us to keep talking and get louder, band together. There are some homestead exemption bills that were passed in College Park. but from my standpoint, healthcare and to make sure that we have affordable and accessible healthcare. I know that we did a good job by putting a hospital here. It's not enough. It's just step one. So we're going to continue to work together, move this needle, and see some real changes. Healthcare is a priority. It's not an honor, it's a human right. So we're going to have to step up. I, again, got called 5 minutes before we got here. The people from the DPH, from the AIDS prevention, STDs, all of them lost their jobs today. So what does that mean? We're going to have a problem here. We already have hospitals that have been closed, but we're going to get more hospitals, especially in the rural areas, closing down. So legislators, we have to step up. And we're working, trying to work across the aisle. Some days it's good and some days it's not. But this is not something that we can ignore. And I pledge to you, it's not something that I ignore. So we're going to keep fighting for this health care. Can I count on y'all help? Yes. Okay, thanks. Because sometimes when we go down to the Capitol, and I always ask the question, y'all know what the Capitol is called, right? The People's House, right? Raise your hand if you're the people. Well, when's the last time you came home to check on your house? So there's a lot of water that has to be carried. And when we're carrying the water, we also need people that have cups to take it and disseminate it to people. We need y'all help. I'm asking for, I'm not for them, I'm asking for you myself. We need some help. And I need those voices, I need the stories. I want to hear about what's going on in your neighborhood and how we can continue. We work well together with the council. And we'll continue to work with our federal partners to bring all voices to the table. But the most powerful voice in the room is y'all voice. So Kim stands for Keep It Moving. I'm going to leave my contact there. And I'm going to bring up the next one. Come on, Representative Tanya Miller.
Greetings, council members, and thank you for the warm welcome and the invitation. Lovely to see you all here today. Hello, East Point. I am Representative Tanya Miller. I represent House District. Can you hear me? That's Nan bossing me around. Senator Orrock is bossing me around as usual. Everybody hear me? I don't want to turn my back on anybody. I am the representative for House District 62, which does have East Point as part of my district. Like my colleagues, I have multiple municipalities in my district, but it's all in Fulton County. So I start at Grant Park, so sort of southeast Atlanta. It snakes down through historic South Atlanta, Little Peoplestown, Little Chosewood, a big chunk of East Point, a little bit of City of South Fulton, and a little bit of College Park. Okay, so all southeast for the most part. I am on my second term, so this is I just finished my third year in legislative session. I was recently elected to chair the Georgia House Democratic Caucus, so I am a member of our Georgia House of Representatives Democratic Caucus leadership team. Very honored to carry that mantle. We all, in addition to representing our districts, represent the best interests of the people all across this state, because every law we pass, unless it's local legislation, impacts everybody. So happy about that. My job, I guess, is to talk to y'all really briefly, because we really could, to Senator Halpern's point, talk to y'all all day about what happened this past session. There were approximately 1,000 bills introduced over the course of session, which, many of those went to committee hearings, lots of fights that resulted in bills not making it to the floor, lots of fights making sure that bills didn't make it out of the committee, and primarily as one in the minority party, a lot of what we do, in addition to trying to find common ground where we can with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, we fight back on bad bills that we do not feel like are in the best interest of Georgians, our constituents, and the people. So I'm supposed to talk about tort reform, and so that's pretty limited, but it was a big deal this session. Have y'all heard of the tort reform fight this session? Nobody heard of it? Oh my God. I still have PTSD. I know you heard about it. I still have PTSD from the tort reform fight, but for those of y'all who may not have heard about it, one of the governors priorities that he more or less announced even before session started was to pass this legislation that is entitled tort reform. A tort is basically a type of lawsuit that a citizen can bring. So if someone hurts you, right, if someone, if there's medical malpractice or if you get injured on someone's property, there are multiple different ways that you can bring a tort, but a tort is designed to allow a citizen to go into court to vindicate their own rights, usually with the help of a lawyer when they've been hurt by a private party. Okay, you can prosecute your own case essentially, and it's a civil case. So you think about, we had victims of sexual assault where it had occurred on various different properties. There's been a rash of sexual assaults of customers in hotels through security breaches where strangers are able to get keys and have access to a room. It's happening all across the country. If a person wanted to sue the hotel for that lapse, they would bring a tort, so on and so forth. Wrongful death cases, if someone sells you something that kills your loved one and you want to hold them accountable. You think of some of the products liability cases, Tylenol, things like that, talc powder. We have a lot of cases right now with black women involving hair care products, relaxers that that are carcinogenic or cause cancer. All those are torts. So what the governor wanted to do essentially was limit the right of a citizen to bring that kind of action in court. That was his promise to the business community, his promise to the chamber, his promise to the insurance industry. He said that it was because insurance rates were too high. And so he blamed insurance rates on citizen lawsuits. Insurance companies are having to pay too much money. It's causing all of our rates to go high because all of these lawsuits are frivolous. That was in essence what the messaging was on that. It was a very harmful bill. But it had all the weight and the might of the governor and his allies behind it. So it started in the Senate. My colleagues in the Senate, both Republican and Democrats, initially were fighting very hard on this bill. They knew it was not good for the people. And really there was no connection, no evidence connection that these lawsuits, these citizen lawsuits, were the reasons why insurance companies were raising their rates. So it was, there was a lot of sort of anecdotal stuff, but really no fact-based evidence on it, right? So, people on my side were saying, look, if it's a problem with insurance rates, let's talk about the insurance industry. Why aren't we passing legislation to hold them accountable? Why do they get to raise rates without approval? Why don't they have to justify on something other than profit before they start to willy-nilly raise rates on folks? And then why do they get to cancel people's homeowners policies right when the fire hits? And why aren't they paying for stuff for folks who've been damaged by Hurricane Helene down in South Georgia and Augusta? So we're asking those questions. Of course, those fell on deaf ears. And when you don't have the numbers in the House of Representatives, you can have the best ideas. My colleagues didn't even go into all the wonderful ideas and legislation that many of folks on my side of the aisle have introduced to deal with the cost of living for y'all. Unfortunately, our bills don't get the light of day. And I'll just tell you a fun fact that in terms of the bills that actually passed the House, a total of 183 bills passed the House the House and the Senate, out of 1,086 bills. Okay, small number. Democrats introduced 289 bills, 18 passed. The total number of House bills that passed were 116. So of that 116, 18 were Democratic bills. The rest were bills from the majority party. So that doesn't count all the ones that we introduced. There's obviously a disparity in the passage rate of bills. Anyway, I digress. Getting back to tort reform. Was a knockdown, drag-out fight. The Senate fought hard. It passed. We really saw not to get political, but this has been widely reported and it's been complained about by both Democrats and Republicans. The worst of the governor. It's been widely reported how much arm twisting and threats that occurred during this process, how the executive branch really sort of overrode the legislative branch. That notwithstanding, we led the fight in the House. And after all of the knockdown, drag out, arguments in committee, on the floor, the bill passed with just one vote. So we were almost able to foil this bill based on the hard work of Democrats, Republican allies who joined us to push back on this bill. It's super complicated, not going to waste time. I want Senator Orrock and my colleague, who's the rookie. I don't know if that means you go last or not. Certainly not least. I sort of led the House fight against it, which is why I'm talking about it. So anybody that has any other questions about it, happy to talk to you offline. I don't want to eat up your whole meeting, but it's a really bad bill. It's really a consumer bill. It's bad for the public, in my opinion. There were lots of ways that we could have addressed frivolity in lawsuits without completely closing the door to so many citizens when they have been legitimately hurt and others have been legitimately negligent or reckless. So I'm going to stop there. I don't know, Senator Nan, are you coming up? You next? Who's next? Robert, you gonna go before the senator? Okay, all right. So Robert's not being a gentleman tonight. He's going to bogart Senator Orrock. I'm kidding. Come on up, Robert. Robert's a freshman member. He's brand new to the House. He represents a portion of East Point, so I'm going to hand it over to Robert.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, y'all.
Let's give her a round of applause. And she's actually very humble. That deal about her being the chairman of the Democratic Caucus is huge and historic. So we're proud to have her leadership, proud to have all our colleagues and mayor, council, staff, of course, you all citizens. I'm Robert Dawson. I represent State House District 65, which includes Fulton and Coweta counties. I have all of Chattahoochee Hills, Northern Coweta County, Atlanta, East Point, Union City, South Fulton from where I hail, in East Point. I like to think of myself as the mayor of Camp Creek, just to kind of give you you know when you're in my territory if you're on Camp Creek. That's what I like to say. Also, for you all being here tonight, I was born and raised next door in Birmingham, Alabama, so I got involved in the movement, got civically engaged. So when you see this many people coming out doing the hard work of civic engagement and participating, this is a mighty, mighty crowd, and we can really impact a lot of change. So let's give ourselves a round of applause. Yeah, for being here and for doing the hard work of civic engagement. I'm going to speak on local issues. I sit on 3 committees: agriculture, which is a big deal, the largest industry in Georgia. We have a $36 billion with the B budget here in Georgia. That's the only job that we have to do. When we go under the Gold Dome, we pass that $36 billion with the B. Another $30 billion in federal funds. So we're blessed to be a rich state compared to other states. One thing I wanted to note, so agriculture, also intergovernmental coordination. So I'm blessed that all local legislation comes across my desk. I get to be a watchdog for our local communities, got to do that. So certainly if there's any local legislation, local interests, that's my job. It's also great to be here and speak to you guys briefly because as a freshman, my job has been being the listener in chief. So don't get to talk a lot as a freshman, but I get to listen. Some of the local legislation, more pocketbook issues. I tell people I'm a South Fulton Democrat, so I'm trying this thing of being bipartisan, reaching out to the other aisle, across the aisle, no matter how bitter and bipartisan or partisan this stuff can be. So I was able to get co-sponsor 4 pieces of legislation. A lot of those that'll put money back into your pockets. One, we have a school tax exemption that we passed for Fulton County. So when you hit 65, you get a 25% exemption on your school taxes, and when you hit 70, that's a 50% exemption on your school taxes. I don't know about you guys, but I feel sometimes like I have one of the tightest budgets in America when I'm sitting there at the kitchen table. So I always say, $750, $1,500. That's a lot of money. That's good savings. Yeah, so it's good. And you already heard about the overall state tax rebate or refund that we're doing. Single, $250, head of household, $300, and if you're married, $500. You can be ready. That's coming down the pipe. Let's see what else. crime, safer communities. Let me run over some of the safer community things that we passed. I was in a school today. I got to appear at a class day, career day, talking to 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade students. And I'm just warning them about some of the mandatory sentences that are coming down. Fentanyl, we know that's a scourge of the community, so there was legislation that passed. We, as Democrats, don't think that mandatory minimums work, but the law passed. These young people fooling around, going down the wrong route of drug dealing or even using that, there's now up to a mandatory of 30-year sentence being handed out for that. So you have to be careful. We passed a cell phone ban that teachers and parents are really happy about. So grades K through 8, there's now a ban on cell phones. No cell phones in school. And then what about these school zone cameras? Anyone getting the school zone tickets? You want to admit it? I know I have a fair share of those myself, and I'm a slow driver. There were 2 pieces of legislation to address that, reel that in. They didn't pass yet. They're still ongoing, so we're working on that to make those more fair and equitable for the community and make sure that those funds go back to the schools. And then what about, who knows what a switch is? These switches, you guys know about that with the gun violence? These little pieces of plastic that they're putting on the back of weapons, Glock 9mm, to turn semi-automatic weapons into fully automatic weapons. That's a big issue as gun violence is in general. We're working on that. It's going to be something that spills into the next session, but we're meeting with the investigation units, the gang units, with all the police departments, and working to do something about that, which is just a terrible thing. I know Senator Orrock is here, so I won't take up too much time. Hopefully we'll have some questions, but a lot of good things that we're working on. I'm here. If you want to get in touch with me, I'm robertforgeorgia.com is my website, robertforgeorgia.com. You can join, and it's everything spelled out, F-O-R, Georgia, the full state, spelled out. If you want to join my newsletter, I'm available for schools, churches, community events, pretty good little hood DJ if you need one, right? Call on me. But seriously, we want to just be out in the grassroots and be available to work with you, and we are here. And I'm still on my thank you tour. As they said, I'm a freshman, so I just want to thank you all, too, for giving me this opportunity to do my dream job, serve the community, and then hope that you all will stay engaged as well, okay? All right, thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council members, the Mayor, and the public. It's great to be with you. I'm Nan Orrock, and I serve in the Senate. I was in the House for many years, and I've always worked on health, education, civil rights, women's issues, and labor issues, which is a massive, we could spend all night on any one of those topics, right? And I so appreciate being here with my colleagues who work so hard. A lot of people don't know what our reality is, and it is that we're hard at work during the session, and we're hard at work between sessions. I will say at the top, before going on, look out and look forward to the governor having to call a special session. The reason? Because look up to Washington and see what they're doing. You just pick a topic and pick a demographic, and people's rights and people's services are under attack. We all know about the Pell Grant, which is one way that low-income kids have some assistance in higher ed expenses. Well, they're going to cut that. How's that going to hit families when people are struggling now to pay tuition bills, when a whole slice of our young people coming out of high school cannot go to college because they simply cannot afford the tuition. Their families are not able to pay for it, and they're already working a job or two as students in many cases. So let me focus in on couple of things, but that is on, keep that on your radar screen. We're going to be down here trying to rebalance a budget of some $35 to $40 billion because of all the cuts that are being made. You know, they want to doing everything they can to shut the Department of Education on the federal level. I don't know what sense anybody thinks that makes. The feds help us pay for education and help establish standards and create models of work and spread effective methods of how to run our K through 12 schools. And cutting the Department of Education is one more bad idea. Just like, well, I don't think we have time to go over all those bad ideas that they're coming up with, do we? So let's dig in and focus in a little bit more on down here, but don't think that we're immune from what's happening in Washington. We are going to be drastically impacted by it, and this governor will have to call a special session. I'm on appropriations, the Budget Committee, the Finance Committee, the Higher Ed Committee, Health and Human Services, and I chair the Atlanta delegation, those of us that are elected by City of Atlanta voters. Of course, I guess you told them Sonia is the Fulton County chair. And I'm part of the leadership of the Senate Democratic Caucus. We work closely with the House Democratic Caucus, and I just will have to say that this year we have really gone to bat and had wins in spite of the fact that we don't control anything down there. You hear me? And when we get up here and tell you all of our districts that we represent, my line runs from Moreland down to Union City, and mine runs here. They run all over the place like that because it's gerrymandered. And it's gerrymandered for a reason, to reduce access to fair representation. We've got way up huge numbers of Democrats in the House and in the Senate, but when it comes to the important committees, there's a Rules Committee that sets what's going to go on the floor, and that Rules Committee has got about 18 people on it in the Senate. 4 Democrats. Although we know we're between 45 and 50% of the population. So you try to not talk about politics, but you got to talk about politics because it impacts everything that we're doing. I was really pleased to be able to work with Phil Olea, who's not here tonight, and we excused him. He's on a national trip and is getting back too late to get over here before y'all get on with your other business. But Phil represents Summerhill, Grant Park, an area in the middle of downtown, and he and I work together. We both represent Atlanta Tech. The technical colleges are critically important. There are great courses there, and we have grants when you're making progress pursuing a certificate. And so we were very pleased this year to get $23 million in the budget to go to Atlanta Tech. Hank Aaron and his wife had funded a building over there 25 years ago. Now, you know, a building after 25 years needs investment, needs renovation, and we're expanding it. But that's where that money is going to go, and that is an investment in our next generation, without a doubt. And I urge you, with influence on young people in your family, in your community, in your house of worship, to steer people to that very fine institution on Metropolitan. They do great work. They have a brilliant president, and they're building their enrollment. So take advantage of that. We have study committees. When we can't get the bill passed, we say, well, doggone it, we're going to study it. And then after you study it over the interim, and the next year you can come back with the bill. You've heard from the stakeholders, and you've built an understanding and expanded the knowledge and education of the legislators and the public on the bill. So probably everybody's sitting here. I know, Sonia, you had two study committees. So the study committee that I've been pushing on, and we got this year, is Study Committee on Higher Education Affordability. As I told you, I'm on Higher Ed Committee. And I've got a little quiz for you. What states out of the 50 states don't have needs-based scholarships for higher ed? Who could it be? It couldn't be us, could it? Could it be Georgia? We wouldn't be that far behind, would we? Yes. Georgia and New Hampshire are the only two states that don't have needs-based scholarships. Shame. And we're working to fix that. And our chancellor is saying, "Come talk to me." So we're working to create a good faith grants. We have faith in you. We have confidence that you're going to take this grant from the state and go for it and get a degree and get launched to have a successful future and to be part of building our workforce. We have huge workforce shortages across the state. So that we will all hope for our study committees to be appointed, but we are waiting to hear if that's going to happen. The leadership in the House and Senate decide that. It was the good news that finally, after hammering on this for years, they've put in the budget for schools that have high percentage of students living in poverty will get extra money in the budget. And we don't have to write a book about that. We know how important that is. We know the high needs of kids whose families are just, stressed and flattened out. I mean, we know people are living in cars, right? And couch surfing and can't afford a doggone apartment these days. It's a housing crisis that we have. It's national and it's doggone sure here in Georgia. And we're continuing to work on that. On the health field, we have added more mental health money to the budget, and it needs much more. We're very much underfunded. And we actually, for the first time, I swear, I think it's the first time, maybe twice in all the time I've been there, that they've increased the number of school psychologists. Play a very important role for young people to have access to trained counselors and psychologists and social workers in the school setting that can give them the support. And let's not wait till it's too late and the student has had a complete break with reality, and the next thing somebody's hurt or injured, including that poor distressed student with mental health issues. So that is something we're going to continue to push on. We've made progress this year. We put more money in the budget this year for Alzheimer's and related forms of dementia. I was able to pass the study committee back in 2010. Right along in there. Finally, it took 3 years to study. Obama had a great idea. He said, "Let's all states have a plan for Alzheimer's. What are we going to do with it? How are we going to approach it? Because we're in crisis mode. The numbers are massive, and so we passed the study committee. We formed the task force, which is called GARD, G-A-R-D, and that's Georgia Alzheimer's and Related Dementias task force. So we have dedicated staff that are working on that, and we created several new things that we need to do. But we are viewed, because we got on board and did that state task force, we are viewed, let's say hurrah, that our state is viewed as a model on how we're moving ahead on Alzheimer's. And our numbers, of course, are soaring, and we have a great need for caregivers. And we do have a study committee on caregivers and how to increase the support and give more money in the respite for the caregivers. And just a couple more things. On the health front, latest news, 10 more hospitals are on the fixing to close list in Georgia. And that's going to bring us up to, I don't know, we're up in the 20s now for the hospitals that have closed. The big problem we have in this country is that we treat health care as something that's based on how much you can afford, instead of treating it as, a human right. And that's what they do in other countries. And that's what the UN calls for. So we need to move towards that day. We're not there. And they still are opposing expanding Medicaid. And another thing that they've decided, I don't know who they think they are, the law over there, I guess, but they formed a special committee to investigate people. And they have subpoena powers. So who are the first person they're investigating is Fonnie Willis, our district attorney for our county. They've added a new name to the list this year. They're investigating Stacey Abrams. You've heard of her, I'm sure. So those are who they've chosen to investigate, and we shall continue to be a wall against, inappropriate use of that committee. And I will finally close by saying that I opened with talking about what's happening in Washington. We can't close our eyes to it. I was so thrilled to see that 30 miles of people lined the streets in Chicago, from downtown Chicago out to a city about 30 miles away. My son lives up there, so I watch Chicago closely, right? That's where my grandkids are. But they had a 30-mile protest. And the time is now, good people, for us to all take very seriously our civic responsibility to be a voice and stand up for democracy. It ain't hard. I mean, it's not hard to understand. It's very simple. That's what's under attack. And I want to hear from you, and as my fellow representatives have said, we want to know what your needs are. We just passed a bill to make it the doggone insurance industry cover somebody whose life was insured. He was under 26 by his dad, and he was an Army Reserve. And he's in the ground dead. But the insurance company said, we're not going to pay anything on him because he was in the military. So you can't draw up this policy to cover him. Y'all ever heard of such as that? And I bring it up now to say, when you have an issue, find somebody and start raising hell. And put us to work. Put us to work. Because one of our longstanding, the Dean of the Senate, Senator Harbison, Ed Harbison, a veteran himself, and the father of this young man got hold of him, and he was so shocked, and he got the bill signed the other day to make the insurance companies do what they're supposed to do. That's what we're there for. So use us, be our assets, be our voice from the real world. You know, people can get very separated from the real world realities of what people's lives are. You play a critical role, and everybody here has echoed that. So don't be a stranger, and our information is available online and available here with the clerk. Thank you all so very much.
Thank you so much to our delegation. And so this is our state delegation again, Senators Nan Arok and Senator Sonia Halpern, our Representative Kim Schofield, Representative Miller, Representative Dawson, and Representative Olaleye. Again, let us know that he was traveling, wouldn't be able to make it with us tonight, but they shared a lot of amazing information to let us know what happened under the Gold Dome this last session, from tort reform to education, youth funding, squatters, housing stories are welcome to share with them. The health care bill dealing with cost of prescription, that we just learned a new, not so fun fact, that Georgia and New Hampshire are the only two states that don't have need-based funding, that there will possibly be a special session because of all that we see daily, minute by minute, happening at the federal level. Unfortunately, 2 more hospitals will be closing, and there is additional support. The state is making headway in leading around providing support for Alzheimer's, supports and resources. Unfortunately, 270 CVSs will be closing, and that there is definitely going to be work around ensuring fairness with school zone cameras, and we just activated ours. Our police chief just gave an update in our last work session in his update on policing about implementation of school zone cameras in our city, and that there's a special investigation unit with subpoena power and seems to only be targeting certain people or certain actors who have done maybe some things that people thought were not what they wanted to be done, but doesn't mean that they were wrong. And again, caution to not close our eyes to what's happening. And I hadn't heard about Chicago having people lined from 30 miles. That's like amazing. And it shows that people can really come together to advocate and really talk about what's important to people. And I bet you if you polled them, there were Republicans, Democrats, liberals. At this point, it is a Republican, humanity, democracy issue, and people from all walks of life, all party affiliations, all interests are coming together to basically say that we love our country, we will fight for our country, we will defend our country, and we expect more from the leaders who are representing us at all levels. And so when we had our legislative roundtable earlier this year, we did talk about having a place on our website to connect, so residents could connect with our state delegation as well as our federal delegation. So having that information there, and whether we have it just as a sheet or whether it's a link to their pages, I think that would be very helpful. We have a very supportive state delegation as well as our federal delegation. Our federal delegation includes Congresswoman Nakima Williams, Congresswoman Lucy McBath. Congressman David Scott used to represent us, but with the redistricting, we now have Congresswoman Lucy McBath. And our senators who represent the state of Georgia, Senator John Ossoff and Senator Raphael Warnock, all of whom have been extremely supportive of the entire state and their districts, but I can tell you they all have been supportive of the city of East Point and what we've needed to help provide services to our residents. I want to say thank you again to each one of them. Let's give them a round of applause for being here this evening. We will now move to, and if you have questions or anything for them, again, we're going to try to get those links directly to their pages on our city website. I think that would be very helpful. We talked about that. But also the city clerk, if you want to share information with her, she can get it to them in the meantime. Next up, we have a presentation by Morehouse School of Medicine and our East Point Health Equity Community Advisory Board to provide updates on the health equity work. I see Megan Douglas coming forward now, and then we have East Point Health Equity Community Advisory Board members Japre Hemming and Lisa Gordon. I was about to say Gordon, but I don't know why I thought I was wrong for a minute, who will come up after Megan.
This is on now. Yep, you're on. All right. Hello. Thank you so much for giving us some time to present this evening. I am really excited to be here to talk about the collaborative project that we've been working with the City of East Point over the last almost 4 years now. I'm Megan Douglas. I'm with Morehouse School of Medicine. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we did, why we did it, and what some of the accomplishments and findings were from this work. And then I'm really happy to be able to hand off to members of the East Point Health Equity Community Advisory Board, really to talk about how they are going to be continuing this work beyond the current project. And I want to be really intentional. We've been saying this from the beginning of this project, that Morehouse School of Medicine, we are visitors to the city of East Point. We are so grateful that you partnered with us, welcomed us in. But really what I'm going to share tonight, the findings and accomplishments belong to the community. And again, with the Community Advisory Board presenting and sharing, you know, what they plan to do and how they continue to plan to advance this work. Down? Oh, okay. The project that I'm going to talk about tonight was funded by the federal U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Office of Minority Health. Over the almost 4 years of the project, we received $1.2 million in funding to advance health equity in the city of East Point. I'm going to quickly go through each of these areas in the presentation, starting with an overview of health in East Point, or actually overview briefly a little bit more about the project. We were one of 6 demonstration projects that were funded by the federal government as part of their framework to address health disparities through collaborative policy efforts. The project officially started in September of 2021, but the work started well before that. We came before council in, I think, April of 2021, when there was an opportunity to apply for this funding. And based on the work that East Point had been doing related to equity and the commitment to equity, we knew that East Point would be a really strong partner for this proposal. So we partnered before there was even funding on the table. We were tasked from the federal government with several things. One of them are to identify, modify, and implement local policies that create or perpetuate health disparities and contribute to structural racism. And we had a number of partners for this work. We partnered again with the city, Voices for Georgia's Children, Partnership for Southern Equity, Foodwell Alliance, and MLP Communications. And again, really wanted to come in with this project focused on health equity, but really to build on the foundation of work that East Point had already started. We were not coming in to start something new. East Point had made this commitment in 2019 to equity by adopting an equity resolution, and that was followed by an equitable growth and inclusion strategic plan and a city agriculture plan. Both of those plans had very concrete policy recommendations, obviously focused on equity, and involved a lot of community engagement in the development of those plans. So we wanted to build on that and highlighting some of the data that was brought out in those reports. So in those reports, they found that 92% of the housing supply in East Point was in revitalization zones, meaning that those communities were ripe for development, which can be really great, also has a lot of health impacts for people and an opportunity to either advance equity or potentially exacerbate inequities. The city agriculture plan also found that 91% of East Point residents lived in a low-income, low-access census tract, which, according to the United States Department of Agriculture, means that people live in urban areas more than a mile away from a grocery store, impacting their ability to eat healthy, which we also know has impacts on health. And 25% of residential land in East Point was within 1,000 feet of at least one industrial parcel. So people living close to industrial zones have the potential to have more environmental hazards in their community, and also impacts health. We also, in the beginning of the project, applied on behalf of the City of East Point to be added to the City Health Dashboard, which is an online platform of over 800 cities across the country, with over 40 metrics related to health that visualizes what health looks like in those communities. East Point was one of the first 29 small cities with a population less than 50,000 to be added to the City Health Dashboard, and these maps that are on the slide right now are from City Health Dashboard, showing life expectancy, rates of diabetes, and rates of high blood pressure. Life expectancy in East Point is lower than the national average by about 5 to 10 years. And as you can see, there's a lot of variation across the city of East Point, even with life expectancy, with some communities in Ward B that are closer to the 70 years of life expectancy, and then others in Ward D that are closer to 80 years. East Point also has higher rates of diabetes and high blood pressure than the national average. And again, you can see variation across the city with those rates. So bringing some of this data and really understanding what are the health issues in East Point and what are the drivers of those health issues was one of the main goals of this project. There were 3 goals. One was to modify policy, which was, again, a task that was given to us from the funder, that we were to modify a policy to advance health equity. We knew that in order to do that, we would need to educate, increase awareness, and build capacity amongst decision makers and East Point residents in the community about health equity, and what drives health. And then 3 was to mobilize the community. We knew that this was funding an award for 3 years. We're not going to change diabetes and hypertension rates in 3 years. So it was really about what can we bring to the community to build their capacity to continue this work beyond the 3-year project period. So we did a lot around education, awareness, and capacity building. We hired a community health worker. Many of you probably know or have seen Zakaya Morris at different events. She is a longtime East Point resident, and she did the work of going out to events, talking to her neighbors in the community about health and health equity. We created, with funding from the project, the East Point Health Equity Community Advisory Board. I'm going to talk a little bit more about how their work has evolved over time with this project. We served on a lot of different committees, developed and hosted in partnership with the city and other partners the annual Health Equity Summit. We did a photo voice project that allowed East Point residents to talk about what they want to see with regard to health and what health equity means to them, and things like what brings you joy. And we were able to capture those interviews with photographs. We did exhibits twice now at Arts Exchange, and had a temporary exhibit here at City Hall with some of those photos, and we are preparing to have permanent exhibits from those photos put up in 5 locations across the city. We provided a lot of technical assistance, supported city staff, and by we, with that, there was also a lot of that provided by the Community Advisory Board. And we trained 2 East Point staff as community health workers. So that was another sustainable part of the project, was to be able to train city staff to do this work. We learned a lot from that community engagement. We learned that community and elected officials, when we use the word health equity, a lot of people think about health care. And we're at Morehouse School of Medicine. We're a medical school, especially with the hospital and emergency department closure in East Point that was all happening around the same time. Not surprised. However, really important to understand and for us to think about, especially with the role of policy, healthcare contributes to only about 20% of overall health outcomes. Or the other way around, 80 to 90% of health outcomes are driven by factors that are outside of the healthcare system, like housing, food, and community resources. We also talked a lot to the community about which of the issues, housing, access to healthy food, land use, and environmental justice, we should focus on for this project, and we heard loud and clear from the community that we couldn't pick one of those. I'm going to talk in a few minutes about the comprehensive plan and embedding health equity in that plan, but that's really what we heard, was all of those issues are interconnected. Fixing one is a Band-Aid. We have to focus on more comprehensive solutions. And then we also heard that the community has significant immediate needs that need both short and long-term solutions, policy solutions. Again, health outcomes, we cannot change those overnight, and so we had to keep in mind strategies that support those immediate needs, providing direct services, which we were not allowed to do with this funding, and addressing the root causes of these needs in order to find those sustainable policy solutions. So the task of modifying policy. Again, the timing was really great and aligned with the feedback that we got from the community. Stay comprehensive. The city of East Point was in the midst of updating the comprehensive plan. So we looked at the 2017 comprehensive plan update, and about 30 to 40 different comprehensive plans across the state of Georgia, and realized that the issues that are in the comprehensive plan, which is mandated by state law for every city to have a comprehensive plan and update it, have a huge impact on health, but very few of those comprehensive plans recognize that connection, that the decisions that we make with regard to land use and zoning actually have an effect on people's health. So we did a lot of that community engagement, awareness, capacity building, and were able to support East Point to adopt health equity into the comprehensive plan for the first time. Words matter. Equity is now in East Point's comprehensive plan 40 times. It was not mentioned once in the 2017 version. Health is mentioned in the plan 79 times. It was mentioned 7 times in the last version, really with regard to like where healthcare facilities are located. Health equity is mentioned 21 times. Again, it was not mentioned in the 2017 version of the plan. There's an equity statement that was co-developed and written by the Community Advisory Board, feedback from City Council, and open to public comment during the planning process. Health equity is listed as a community goal, and health data, the maps that I just showed you, are included in the comprehensive plan to really demonstrate that connection of how these decisions can affect people's health. And mobilized community, the Health Equity Community Advisory Board we established about 6 months into the beginning of the project. It was created to really guide the project activities and to help us make some of those decisions that I just mentioned. About a year ago, we went to the CAB and we told them, you know, the project, we know the project funding will be ending. We want to be able, Morehouse School of Medicine, we want to be able to support you in whatever decisions you make moving forward, including if you want to continue doing this work. They unequivocally said, yes, we want to continue doing this work, and we supported a strategic planning process with them so that they could really develop their own mission, vision, and goals for what they want to see with regard to health equity in the community. I'm going to talk about that a little bit more in just a moment before I introduce them. But I want to just be very clear that what East Point did with equity in the comprehensive plan, and really even more so with building capacity and awareness about health equity, is very unique and forward-thinking with regard to other cities across the country. Again, looking at equity and health equity and comprehensive plans, East Point is one of 2 cities in Georgia to list health equity as a community goal. And from what we looked at, you have gone much further with regard to that commitment to health and commitment to health equity than any other city has in Georgia, and we've looked at quite a few nationally as well. We have been on the road with this project. Again, it's federally funded. We've been doing presentations and conferences and publishing our research, and we've included members of the CAB as co-authors. The Community Advisory Board, they've been going out and doing their own presentations. So we've been sharing this work in a lot of places, including on this slide, a public health textbook for emerging public health professionals that highlights the East Point work in that book. And we have done over 25 different presentations, highlighted in news articles and press releases. So East Point really is a model for health equity. And I think I've mentioned most of these accomplishments already. I won't take additional time to go through them. But I did just want to, the one to highlight is really the number of East Point residents that have been engaged in this project. Is really remarkable, and it was those relationships that have been built that really can't be quantified by the numbers, but we've heard over and over and over again how much the project has brought people together, has provided a foundation for people to learn more about their community and to really bond with their neighbors and to learn more about the process of civic engagement. Many of them had never come to a city council meeting or hadn't been involved in comprehensive planning, and they learned a lot about that process, and that's what we're hoping, especially with what the CAB plans to do to be able to sustain that engagement. We have a few recommendations from the work, and that is to implement equity and health equity in zoning and land use programs. The language in the comprehensive plan provides that foundation. You've made that commitment through this guiding document. The actual implementation in specific zoning ordinances, in the zoning rewrite, in really every decision that council and the city makes is really important. Making sure that city departments and staff have the resources and capacity to actually do that is another important piece. And then we focused on, again, the Equitable Growth and Inclusion Strategic Plan and the City Agriculture Plan. There are so many recommendations, concrete recommendations in those plans that are really just waiting to be championed and moved forward and would have a huge impact on people's health. including housing with inclusionary zoning ordinances or other ways to explore how to ensure that people have access to affordable, safe housing, access to healthy food. There are a lot of ways as council to develop and implement policies that would improve people's access to healthy foods, and then really engaging the community even more in decisions related to land use. There are, community benefit ordinance is one example, but lots of ways to ensure that the community's voice is prioritized in that process. And then finally, to leverage the expertise, commitment, and assets within the community. Right now, the momentum is high, and the time is now. The East Point Health Equity Community Advisory Board, you're going to hear from them in just a minute, but they are ready to continue this work, and there are a lot of opportunities for the city moving forward. I just want to end what I'm going to say with tremendous gratitude. This, again, was almost 4 years of work and $1.2 million, and so many people touched this project. We have a whole team from Morehouse School of Medicine, many of them supporting from behind the scenes, but doing some of that research, developing surveys and focus groups to communicate and get information from the community, figuring out how we can communicate back to the community. Want to also thank council, mayor, and city staff. There were so many of you that also supported and engaged with us during this project. Our project partners, Partnership for Southern Equity, especially Robin Bussey, who's also an East Point resident, MLP Communications, Dr. Monica Ponder, who's here today. Shonda Scott was the photographer and East Point resident who did the photo voice photography. I've listed the former and current members of the Community Advisory Board. As you can see, lots of them, and most importantly, the East Point community. This has been one of the best projects I've had an opportunity to work on in my professional career, and learning from and working with the residents of East Point. It's just been incredible, and I'm really excited to think of what momentum and what potential can come from this. In introducing the East Point Health Equity Community Advisory Board, just want to make sure it's, again, very clear the knowledge, influence, and expertise that this group of people bring to the table. Across the CAB, on average, they have lived in this city for 20 to 25 years, so they have really what was most important to us, the community level expertise. In addition to that, they have credentials. There are PhDs, doctorates in public health, chefs, educators, lifelong educators, social workers, lawyers. There are just a lot of different disciplines being represented here. And they also bring a lot of influence and relationships to organizations that are also doing this work and care about health and health equity in East Point. Put a bunch of logos from some of those organizations on here, but these are influential local, state, and national organizations that the Community Advisory Board has connections to. And then they also are very committed to public service, so they've served on a number of different boards and committees throughout the community and supporting the community. So I am going to hand this off, the presentation and also the health equity work in East Point. We're not going anywhere. We will continue to be here to support the community, but it is my pleasure to hand this off to Japare.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Japare Hemming, and I serve as one of the co-chairs for our policy and advocacy work, and I'm with Lori Green, who is the other co-chair. And so Megan has done a really comprehensive job, but we want to talk to you all about how we're trying to use our voice to influence power. We think that one of the most important things in this city is the council vote and your decisions that impact our health. And I'm not sure, but I'll go ahead and get started. So a little bit about the CAB. Megan has done a nice job of setting us up and describing, but I really want to shout out the mayor. A lot of what was established with the partnership with Morehouse School of Medicine and establishing this CAB was through her visionary leadership. And we also, as of I think yesterday, have officially selected our first 2 health equity champions in our city council. So we are excited to have Dr. LaTanya Martin Rogers and Councilwoman Ziegler, who are going to support and champion our initiatives and efforts. And so when policy decisions come before you all, they will be taking a health equity lens. And so we're very appreciative to you both, and we're hopeful about what that will do for us. So a little bit about where we're going. Megan described that the modification of policy is a priority for us. And I'm not sure. Okay, yes, sorry about that. And so while we're figuring out the slides, I'll continue going, but there are 3 priorities that we really are working towards, and that is to make sure that health equity policy is a standard in our city. And so we want to help, as the CAB, you as leaders think about what it means to make health equity decisions, and we want to maintain the community engagement efforts. And so our ask today is for you to continue partnering with us on this important work. I'll continue. It's okay if we don't have slides. We can. Okay. It's okay. Our slides aren't working, but that's okay. We are pretty well prepared to continue. So there are some things that we're hoping for. You heard in Megan's presentation about mobilizing community. So you recall that photo voice exhibit described the community's vision for health. It was a very comprehensive and descriptive view from our perspective about what we want our city to look like. So we want to have a natural environment that represents green things and access to walking spaces and things like that. Another big thing that came out of that photo voice is that it was mentioned by our state legislators, we also want access to health care. And so there are a lot of initiatives and things I know that you all are working on, and so we're hopeful that you continue those efforts. And then also related to the health equity vision of the city, people want access to food, people want land use decisions that make sense. Megan put up a really troubling statistic that 25% of our East Point residents live very close and very proximal to warehousing and other things of that nature. So as you are making decisions, we really want you to consider what those decisions impact our health. The other thing that we're trying to do as a policy and advocacy committee is to create plain and shared language for action. When we throw out big terms like health equity and equity, those are things that are a little bit inaccessible to most of us. Outside of the public health space, equity means something totally different. Equity is about how much money you have in your investments. In the public health space, I guess you could look at it like that, but it's a big nebulous term. And so what we're trying to do is help provide you all with language about how to make fair and just decisions. Those decisions would impact and positively improve our health. And lastly, I've shared that we are working on nurturing health equity champions. And so we have our first 2, and we're so excited to have you all that represent our interests within the City Council, but we also are helping our neighbors to be health equity champions so that as they think about the different decisions that you all are making, they are using language to encourage you to make health equity decisions. We have a really pretty graphic that I wish you could see, and it is describing the history of health equity policy and opportunity in East Point. Megan described many of them, but I just wanted to add on 2, or add on one additional, which is the housing needs assessment. One of our focal points is housing in East Point. We know that in order for people to have access to good health, they need somewhere healthy to sleep, and they need somewhere healthy to live. And so we're asking you all to really take a deep look at that housing needs assessment. Okay, so we have obviously skipped around, but the important message that we want to share with you is that we're here to partner. And so Megan described the wide range of expertise that we have in a lot of domains. Both Lori and I have been in education spaces for quite some time and public policy spaces. And so she's going to present a framework that we're offering to you as a way to make decisions that would prioritize our health.
Okay, so the teacher in me, I'm like, stop, and we need to see the visuals because we work really hard on this, but I'm going to move on. So the Health Equity Policy Review Framework is just a way of looking at public policy initiatives to make sure that, one, we're addressing the issue, we're addressing the problem, we're looking at it short-term and long-term as well. Also, that we're serving the people that need the help. There you go, girl. So you're serving the people that need the help. So we want to make sure that in this policy initiative, and I'm going to give you an example, that, you know, we're improving lives, what is the expected outcome, who's benefiting, and who's slipping through the cracks. What do we have for accountability? How do we know that we're successful? So this is a way of going through some of the initiatives and policies to make sure that it's equitable and it's addressing the needs. And then, of course, sustainability. How do we address those issues immediately and long term? So we're also asking that, you know, you include us in looking at some of the policies so that we can kind of have a second eye and provide some advice or whatever as you move forward in implementing some of these policies. Let me give you an example. Food access. We know we have a lot of food giveaways and things like that. They're usually during the weekday. We have some on the weekends. During the weekday, 10 to 1. But what about those working poor? They might not be on food stamps, but they can't make it either through working or transportation. How do we address their needs? Do we need to have it mobile or have a place where we can kind of show them that, okay, this is where you can pick up your food or we can have it delivered? Because we want to make sure that not only those people, you know, the seniors and those students, because when I looked at the data, East Point, 35% of the children at East Point are in poverty. Okay, the national average or whatever is 16. It's probably changed. This is 2022 data. But when I looked at that, I said we had to make sure that, especially as an educator, that we are meeting the needs of the kids and that we're providing those types of things, not only for our seniors, but also for our working moms and the children. So that's pretty much it. That's just an example. And so we're asking that you include us, have us come to the table, and we'll take a look at some of the policies and see what we can provide.
Oh, and then finally, things that we can do for you all. We can track both state, local, and national policies that impact health. We also love data, and so we are happy to provide and do research on data that would help you make policy decisions. And then we have, as Megan shared in some of her slides, we have a really, really robust network of East Point residents who are working on the CAB and then also connected through us and to us in a wide array of relationships. And so if there are particular issues and you want to understand East Point residents and you need access to certain groups, we are happy to help you and help support, bring residents to you to have these discussions. So data, policy, trends, things like that are at the top of the list of things we can offer. So we apologize for the slide, but, and we will share can we share the slides with them? Okay, great. So we appreciate you and we are hopeful to continue. And do you have questions for us or for Megan about the project?
Thank you so much for your presentation to Morehouse School of Medicine for choosing East Point to be the focus of the grant from the federal government. That was supposed to be $1.1 million, but you all did such an amazing job that gave an extra $100,000 to the work. So thank you, Megan, for your leadership of the work, and also to the members of the CAB. The CAB, the Community Advisory Board, was actually born out of the Equitable Growth and Inclusion Strategic Plan Leaders for Equity Academy that we had. So really building on people who have expressed interest, who've gone through that training, extending the opportunity to continue to help support our work. So we thank you all for being engaged and volunteering. These are not paid roles on the Community Advisory Board, so we greatly appreciate it. Councilmember Butler.
Thank you very much. First of all, Megan, we're going to miss you. It seems like you've become a regular part of the East Point. But there's something in the data that I want to drill down and ask a question. In your presentation, you said that 80% of health was, 20% was the hospital and going to the doctor, but of that 80%, a portion was food access. And you also stated that someone needs to be within a mile of a grocery store. So my question is, were you able to do a heat map as to determine where some of these grocery store needs should be?
Yes, so thank you for that question. And just to clarify a couple of things, so the low-income, low-access definition is one used by the United States Department of Agriculture to identify those communities generally. And then the statistic about 80 to 90% of health outcomes are driven by factors outside of health care. So really to just show that we live and spend most of our time in the community, and the factors in the community that do not involve clinical settings or doctors are even more important to our health outcomes. So the Community Advisory Board actually put together a community asset map and identified assets across the community related to healthcare and food, different, I think there was education. They organized the assets into a number of ways, and do you know the statistics on that, like how many there were? Or
We don't have the map, but we can get it.
yeah, so it's not in a map form, it's in like an Excel spreadsheet form, but they did that work, and that was one of the things they identified. It's like we have so many assets within the community that we can leverage, and that's, you know, another opportunity for moving forward.
So I guess for me to help as we look to set policy, that would be very helpful for us. If you can help us map where do we need to address food insecurities. And I'll yield, but also I want to talk about, in the future, what type of housing should we be looking to help mend that gap?
Councilmember Atkins.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to thank all of you for the presentation. My questions are really around the policy and two of the plans that one of the two plans that you spoke of. You talked about the Urban Agriculture Plan, and then you also talked about the Equitable Growth and Inclusion Strategic Plan. And so this evening, we're actually going to have a presentation on our Economic Development Strategic Plan. And so my question is, were you able to engage with our Economic Development team and the consultants that the city has hired in order to include some of what you've developed here for this plan into that plan, so that they're not siloed, and that if we're going to adopt this plan this evening, it's got some of the great work that you've done, so that it's also sort of a blueprint for us in terms of, as we look forward in terms of economic development.
Sure. So we did not engage directly with the economic development team about this plan. I think we did some of the work. I'm not sure if it was exactly the same team with the comprehensive plan, but Jeff Reyes.
On the Policy and Advocacy Committee, that's one of the things we've been doing, is studying the differences in these plans and then also the overlap. And we'd love to make recommendations to you about opportunities for synergy. There are at least 6 that date back to 2019, starting with the equity resolution and then moving all the way to 2024 with the housing needs assessment. And in Megan's presentation, she described that there are many ordinances and different things that have been recommended for you all to look at in a synergistic way. And so we haven't been invited to that table, but we would welcome an opportunity to be at that table.
Okay. And I bring that up because for me, there are so many plans that we have in the city, right? So I don't know if this is something that the Health Equity Advisory Board would think is a great idea, would want to work on, but I think we're going to adopt the Economic Development Strategic Plan this evening, and so maybe having the opportunity to go through that and figuring out how you can then integrate some of what you've presented and present that to council to see if we could then amend that document so that we don't have so many different plans and they're going to go on a shelf, but we've got a comprehensive document that would be able to weave some of those things in, because when Megan started talking about the numbers are a little dismal, which leads me to my other question around metrics. And in the time from September of 21 to June of 25, which is just next month, as you were doing this work within our city and using some of that great money from Health and Human Services, were there any metrics that you were looking at and trying to move the needle? And if so, could you share any of that information with us?
Sure. So we were, again, focused on the policy aspect of how health equity could be advanced through policy, and we did collect data around some of that information. So we did not collect data specifically about like people with diabetes or rates of diabetes or diabetes control, although that would be a great addition, complement to this work. But we did collect data about we did some surveys and focus groups about people's understanding of what drives health, definitions of health equity and community engagement and social determinants of health. And that also included some of the ways that they have engaged and gaps in the way they have received information from the city. So we are working on a final report from the findings of this project that we will be sharing with a little bit more of that information.
Thank you. And for that final report, would there also be recommendations in terms of some of the very specific things that we can do and the metrics that we need to be looking at so that it's very actionable and we can start to drive those numbers to better outcomes?
We can include some of that in the report, but I think even to your initial point of we have so many plans on the books, I think we will point to some of those plans and areas that are ripe for implementation and moving to next steps. I do think that's a really great point about measurable metrics, so we'll consider how we can incorporate that into it.
Right. I just think that with the numbers where they are, I think Ms. Green talked about, I guess, the child poverty rate, and if those numbers are correct, then we're more than double. And so that which is not measured cannot be improved. So I feel that we've got to have, if you're the experts, ways to be able to measure those things so we can start to see improvements.
One of the things we can bring to the table is I used to work with, not directly, but National League of Cities was one of my partners. And so they worked with us to help us understand measures and ways to kind of track health outcomes. But we're talking about a 15 to 20 year change. So incremental change obviously is going to be the types of change. And believe it or not, I think Megan kind of undersold, but education related to health is probably one of the greatest measures that will really then result in some of those long-term sustainable outcomes. So yes, we can offer measures, but I want to be transparent about the timeline for which those things would have to come to fruition.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you. Understood.
And sorry, just one last thing with the city health dashboard. That was one of the reasons that we wanted to apply on behalf of the city to get added, because that does provide within the city boundaries, which is unique for data sources about health outcomes. East Point now has a way to monitor some of those outcomes over time using that data from the dashboard. But we will include that in the report.
Sure. Thank you. Again, thank you all.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And going back to the 25% of residents are near an industrial parcel, my question goes to the city manager. Where are we on the zoning rewrite? Has the RFP gone out? Have we gotten anybody?
I'm going to have to yield that to the city attorney's office.
I think what happened is we decided that we were going to do an RFP and not go with the city attorney's office, which is why Councilmember Ziegler is asking about the RFP, because our city attorney did share with us information, but it was decided that we would do a solicitation. So it sounds like maybe the solicitation has not gone out as of yet for the zoning rewrite. We had done one previously, selected a vendor, and that did not move through its completion. There was some work that was done, and then the city attorney was looking at possibly could it be done from a legal perspective, and then after discussion about that, it was decided that we would do a solicitation to engage a consultant to help with the zoning rewrite, do another solicitation. And so I know we did one previously. That means there's already a draft that could be used to re-solicit so that we can do our zoning code rewrite. Anything else, Councilmember Ziegler?
Yes, and knowing that we are really close to the airport and things like that, there are lots of companies that do look at us as a viable place to put up industrial things. So, and every time that I'm driving to work, I have the radio on, and they're talking about data centers and how they really want to, there's a lot of data centers coming south of I-20, and that Atlanta has put a moratorium on data centers. So I really feel like that time is kind of ticking. We have, applicants wanting to come into our city all the time. So I would prefer to not wait for the rezoning to happen and to instead do text amendments so that we can more quickly address this issue with industrial property next to residential neighborhoods. And so at this point, I would like to make a motion to direct the city manager to work with staff and the Health Equity Advisory Board to work on new text amendments regarding warehousing and industrial zoning.
On the floor, I'll go in discussion. Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Discussion.
Yes, I'm in.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
All right, yes, and the first thing I'd like to ask you is this. You mentioned in your presentation that the council vote and decisions, they impact the health of residents living in communities and living near warehouses especially. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? That's my first question. What did you find? What were your findings?
So for that, we really relied on research that had been done either across the country, and with that statistic specifically was part of the Equitable Growth and Inclusion Strategic Plan, that there is a connection, and this is widely studied, and lots of studies have found that connection between environmental factors and health outcomes, and in particular health inequities. So we know that communities that are disproportionately communities of color, lower income, in certain geographic areas, that they're disproportionately impacted by these negative environmental factors. So we're not saying specifically that in East Point any health outcome was directly affected by any one decision, but we are leveraging what has been studied in many other places to say this is the data, this is how the East Point community looks on a map, and here are the health outcomes. What are some of the policy approaches that could be used to improve those health outcomes?
Correct. And I do know that East Point did do a moratorium back in 2020 implementing the 5,280 feet away from a warehouse. So, piecemealing text amendments to fit certain times or certain goals and objectives, that just really doesn't work. We do need an entire complete rewrite. However, we do have an ordinance in place that states that it should be a mile away from the nearest residence. The other piece that I wanted to add is I know that the motion has been made. I actually have that item on our next work session agenda because I attended a South Fulton, the City of South Fulton municipal meeting in which it was presented, as the mayor stated several times, that data centers and warehouses are flooding the South Fulton side. They're in our communities, they are everywhere. They are impacting us all. So I'm not really sure where we want to go with that motion, but it is on our June work session agenda. So I'm interested to hear more about the motion that's on the floor. Thank you.
Can I just add one comment about that is that from the perspective of community engagement, and that's what I think, getting to concrete ordinances and policy changes is really important. Where community has historically and disproportionately been left out of those conversations, right? It's really been focused on communities are often, we want development, we want, companies coming in here, and that's not a bad thing, but what are the community's priorities and how do they voice that? What is their role here? And that's really where we think the Community Advisory Board can come in and provide more of that voice or liaison to the community to have that voice.
Councilmember Freely, then Councilmember Shropshire. Go ahead, Councilmember Martin.
What's also important is the type of development that council votes for to come into these communities. That's also important. Thank you.
Councilmember Freely.
I was in for questions to the presenters. Are we in discussion on the motion, or what are we doing?
We are in discussion on the motion because the motion was made before we got through the discussion for the presenters, and so we can. I think if you don't have any questions on the motion or discussion on the motion, we can go through those who do have discussion about the motion, and then call the question for the motion, and then go back to the discussion that we were in. Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. I think that the motion, it needs to happen in work session so there can be more conversation as to how we want to work around it, exactly what is it that we want the city manager to do, as well as, like you say, getting community engagement. So if that means having a town hall meeting to bring the residents out to have that conversation, I really think that that the motion and that discussion needs to happen in work session so everybody can fully understand and be on the same page and know exactly what it is that we want the city manager to do and what it is that you all are going to do and provide, as well as the community. Because when you talk about warehouses and the impact of the community, we know the impact of what it has had in Ward B. And we know the impact in what it has had in Ward D, being that they just put a warehouse, voted for a warehouse in Ward D, not knowing exactly what that warehouse is going to be. So, having said that, I will ask that we have that discussion in executive session. Not executive session, I mean work session, so everybody can get a better understanding and be on the same page with that ask.
Councilmember Ziegler and Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Yes, so the reason why I made the motion tonight is because it is disingenuous for us to have it in the zoning code that for industrial use or warehouse use, and we are up against time, and like what it was said in your presentation, that the time is now. The time is now to make these changes because we do have applicants and developers knocking on our door wanting to come in. And unfortunately, we have to do the legal right thing. And what would really help us is to make sure that our policies match our actions, to make sure that we don't have any kind of misrepresentation or infighting or anything like that. It's crystal clear and it's all written in policy.
I think the other discussions may be more for the presenters. I will discuss this motion. And so in 2020, February 2020 to December of 2020, there was an industrial moratorium put in place on light industrial, heavy industrial, and business parks. At the time, Councilmember Ziegler was on the East Point Environmental Collaborative, and we met with her, Julie Ehring, and members about what should we be looking at as it relates to our industrial ordinances. Out of that discussion was to make sure that we had distance between residential and new industrial uses. That being what we were recommending at the time was less than a mile, less than 5,280 feet. During that discussion, the 5,280 feet was recommended, as well as a requirement that businesses provide what happened, the chemical spill predated me, but there was the business who had a chemical spill in the city did not have a plan, and the law requires that you ask for that plan, that they don't have to automatically provide it. So we also included that as a part of the amendments to the industrial use at that time. Data centers were pushed to be included in that ordinance unbeknownst to us, and then Microsoft came. And so I think, as we talk about the work around ensuring that the industrial uses are further away from our residential units, we inherited decisions by previous that go back as far as 70 years. PPG has been in the East Point for 70 years, and it's across the street from residential. And so this goes back quite some time. And I think as we tried to make headway in requiring that distance, and if we want to talk about the data centers, and yes, they have indicated in this regional discussion that 20 data centers will be south of Atlanta. Not in Atlanta, not north of Atlanta, but 20 south of Atlanta. And right now I do know that our industrial, because there was the, I'm not sure if it was the industrial, was it when we did the reversion of the zoning for the property over near the Microsoft data center, but there was data centers were included as a permitted use. That simple text amendment can happen fairly quickly. And so while I definitely think our ordinances, our charter, all of that they're flexible, like the Constitution, call them breathing, living documents, right, that we continue to improve them. But there are things that are currently in place that actually were put in place to protect residents, to not allow those uses within a mile. And I think if we're going to spend time and ask our residents to spend time helping and volunteering, helping us to make these amendments to these ordinances, when decisions or applications come before us, we should stick to those ordinances that we have adopted and not make decisions based upon, I don't know, who the applicant is or whatever it is. If we say that we want, as we move forward and do adaptive reuse of all of this industrial land that we have inherited, we're landlocked. We're not like other cities. We can't annex any additional vacant land in. We have to make good use of what's here, and then when businesses close, we have to do adaptive reuse of those businesses to do something amazing like what is about to happen at the old Owen site. That's going to be a mixed-use development with filming and residential and all of those things. We have to make those decisions, and we can't continue to make decisions about warehousing, and we have to hold true to that. So to ask people to volunteer time to help us amend ordinances, we have to make sure that when applications come before us, there are things within the ordinance like warehouses and other special use permits in industrial zoning should not be within 5,280 feet, a mile of residential property, that we hold true to that when those applications come before us. And so, I think there is a rich discussion around this. I think there's probably definitely more discussion that should be happening at the council level before we start engaging our residents, so that you all aren't just out there like on a fishing expedition trying to figure out what it is that we are concerned about as we move forward. And whether or not that's now or later, I think it probably requires more discussion at the policy level so we can get consensus and make sure that people are actually going to enforce those things that are adopted to help improve the quality of life of our residents, and to make sure that we are doing what we can to dismantle environmental injustices or things that come from having residential close to these types of uses, and definitely uses that we should know of. We should know what's coming. We shouldn't build it and let them come, because then we're opening our residents up to a lot of unknowns. And so there is a motion on the floor. Madam City Clerk, can you read back the motion?
Councilmember Ziegler motion for the city manager to work with staff to work on new text amendments in. And then
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I have Councilmember Ziegler motion for the city manager to work with staff to work on new text amendments in, and then I put listen because I didn't hear the rest.
Councilmember Ziegler motion to have staff work
motion
with.
for the city manager to work with staff to work on new text amendments in, and then Councilmember Ziegler, what did you say after the end? Because you went very fast.
Councilmember Ziegler, I didn't write down your motion. Could you restate it?
Yes, it was, I'd like to make a motion to direct the city manager to work with staff and the Health Equity Advisory Board to work on new text amendments regarding warehousing and industrial zoning.
And Councilmember Freely, did you make the second? Who made the second? Okay. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Yes, what I want to say is for someone to sit here and say something is disingenuous it's just downright rude. What's disingenuous is on April 21st, when we had a council chamber full of residents that spoke out against the warehouse, it was still voted for. So that's what's disingenuous. And then to sit and say that, oh, it is urgent, oh, the city manager, you must get ahead of this and get in front of this, those are the things that are disingenuous. In fact, Douglasville, Palmetto, and Coweta counties all have moratoriums in place. We don't need to go on a fact-finding mission. What we need to do is bring this back to the work session. Do we want this to be a 90-day moratorium, a 120-day moratorium? We need to look at what other cities are doing and probably pull that information and make it a part of the East Point conversation. So my motion is a substitute motion that we bring this back for a discussion and possible action at the June work session, the June 9th work session, so that we can have a larger and broader discussion that gives us time to do our own research, to hear from residents, and to also see what other cities are doing. And I will also take it a step further to see how can we collaborate with other cities for a bigger movement to stop this industrialization of South Fulton.
There's a substitute
Citywide.
motion
Thank
to have this action, the requested. So you said this action. What are you referring to?
Action for discussion and possible action on data centers and warehouses. Discussion and possible action on data centers and warehouses putting a moratorium on data centers and warehouses for the June 9th work session agenda.
Again, on the substitute motion.
Second, discussion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Discussion. I see Councilman Butler and then Councilman Shropshire.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There are 2 points. I was going to ask if Councilwoman Ziegler would mind for us to have this discussion in a work session, but I agree with the mayor. We don't have to have a moratorium. We can simply state in a text amendment that we can remove data centers from automatically being in that area and make it where they would have to come back for a vote for a special use permit. So it doesn't require an entire moratorium. If that be the will of council, we could just move that from automatic approval to a point where you have to come to council for a special use permit. And so that would save us some time in making that happen. So Those were my statements.
Councilmember Shropshire and Councilmember Freely.
Thank you, and I was pretty much going to say the same thing. That's why I asked that it go to work session, so you can have a more in-depth conversation about it to understand what it is that everyone wants and how it's going to work. Nobody wants to make it appear that people are not are being disingenuous or they don't adhere to the urgency. We know that there's an urgency. We know that there's a need. We know that industrial creates a hazardous to people's health. There was an industrial right across from the projects, and for some reason I can't remember the name, but they're senior facilities. And in those projects back long before, they were wondering why the people developed cancer. And it was because of the industrial that was across the street from the project. And then they moved the people out and moved other people in. And that caused health issues for those people over there that lived off Stanton Road. So I'll say it again, this needs to go to a work session to have a more discussion. No, we shouldn't put a moratorium on it, but you can make a text amendment to remove the data centers. But it needs to go to a work session to have a more in-depth discussion. So you will have, so if the city manager or staff decides, or you all decide if you want to do public hearings to get the residents to come out to give more details, then that's fine. But it needs to go to a work session so it can be heavily discussed.
Councilmember Freely.
Thank you. Yeah, I have no issue with this going to a work session for discussion. It feels like it's gotten very confused. It was my understanding that Councilmember Ziegler made the request because we don't have the zoning rewrite out for bid, so we're a good ways off. And so in the interim, it was her suggestion that the city manager could work with staff, city attorney, and the CAB to potentially come with some text amendments. I'm fine with that too, but I don't know where the moratorium discussion came from. That seems completely unrelated, and I would not support that as part of this discussion. But if we want to move it to a work session, that's absolutely no issue there.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Okay.
So the question is, read back Councilmember Martin Rogers' motion again.
Substitute motion to bring this item back to the June work session on putting a moratorium on data centers and warehouses for a broader discussion.
So it sounds like I think at least 3 council members have raised the concern that a moratorium is not needed. We might be looking at text amendments, which are shorter. And so you could amend your motion to just have a discussion. The discussion at the work session may include moratoriums and may include a whole number of different things. But if we're talking about data centers, warehouses, and I think it's also industrial uses, I haven't called a question on the substitute motion, so you could amend the substitute motion to have on the work session a discussion about data centers, warehouses, and industrial uses in the city, and leave it open so that there's not a commitment, because I think the concern around the moratorium has been echoed by at least 3 other council members.
Correct.
Go ahead, and then I'll make discussion.
Yeah, correct. The moratorium was background information for their edification. The city of Douglasville has a moratorium on, Palmetto has a moratorium on, and so does Coweta County. They aren't piecemealing with text amendments, but whatever the will of council is, I would be open to it. But the moratorium portion was just...
So there's a couple routes right here. We got a substitute motion on the floor from the main motion.
Okay.
And so either it can be amended by you or there can be a friendly amendment to the motion.
Okay, I'll amend the motion. To include discussion and possible action on industrial uses, data warehouses, and
Data centers,
data centers, industrial uses, and warehouses. Thank you.
On the June 9th work session?
Yes.
Who made the second? Does the second still stand? Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded. There was this, I have this one more discussion before I call the question. There was discussion about incorporating this into the economic development plan. So the work around equity was born and birthed in the equity resolution, which then went to the city agriculture plan. And then after the city agriculture plan, the equitable growth and inclusion strategic plan was built with the city agriculture plan kind of folded into it. The equitable growth and inclusion strategic plan is actually the plan that houses all of kind of like the recommendations from food access, land use, zoning, electricity, our power supply. We talk about 100% of our additional load for our power company being renewable energy. So it has a number of different recommendations. And then what happened was, because that plan was in place, the comprehensive plan, the equitable growth and inclusion strategic plan, and the ag plan were the model for the comprehensive plan to include health equity. And if I'm not mistaken, we can hear from the presenters when they come, but I do believe that they looked at those plans as a part of developing the economic development plan. So I was just in a meeting earlier today with Bishop Fan and others in the community, and there was a presentation from Atlanta's planning and zoning department, and they talked about Plan A, which is their community development plan, our comprehensive plan, and they also talked about zoning rewrite 2.0, because they too are undergoing a zoning code rewrite, which is expanded over, I think they said, about 4 years. And so the comprehensive development plan, Plan A, has a number of chapters in it, and it's a broad policy document that includes one chapter on transportation, but they also now have a comprehensive transportation plan to go deeper into the subject. So it is not unusual to have plans that go deeper into components of an overarching policy document or plan to be able to dig deeper into recommendations. But I think at this point the goal was to include health equity in the comprehensive plan and have the equitable growth and inclusion strategic plan be guiding documents. And I feel like they said it when they were here previously, but the consulting team that is working on our economic development plan, I think, may have already looked at that. So it's not folding or making the economic development plan become the leading plan. Economic development is a component of what the city does, but it is making sure that they all are working together, and that sounds like one of the goals of the CAB. So there is a substitute motion on the floor to have a discussion at our June 9th work session on data centers, warehouses, and industrial uses, and it was moved and seconded. Any discussion on that motion before I call the question? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you all so much for your presentation tonight, for your work, for the work that you have already done and will continue to do. We greatly appreciate all of you.
Madam Mayor.
Oh, Councilmember Freeland, I'm sorry.
I was in before the motion.
Oh, that's right. You had, and you know what? I gave you this whole, let's finish the motion, and then I'm going to come back to your question. And so, thank you.
Right. I don't know if you were on it also, but just
okay, go ahead.
Briefly. It seems so long ago. So thank you very much for both presentations. And one just very practical question. There was a slide that listed, you said it was the current and former members of the CAB. What's the total number right now in terms of membership?
So the CAB is going through a little bit of transition. As Morehouse School of Medicine won't be serving as our backbone support, we are in the process of reaffirming some of our commitments. So right now we are a mighty 7 okay? But we have 15 that are on the roster. But right now, we're in the process of nominating chairs, co-chairs for each of the committees. So right now, there are 7 of us. Also in your slide, you can contact us at our email address, and we're happy to continue having conversations.
And on that point, I heard your desire for opportunities to continue to engage. And I know that Madam City Clerk has sent us your presentation, which we weren't able to see in full. Does that include some ideas on what those engagement points might look like after Morehouse School of Medicine sort of moves out?
Yeah, this framework that's behind you is our primary desire for engagement, and it's about the questions that you all ask as you make decisions. And so right now we don't have some large policy agenda where we are motivated by a particular issue. As Megan shared in her presentation, we're really trying to think about comprehensive solutions, and we believe that these 5 questions will help you all make more comprehensive decisions. So if you're actively thinking about the beneficiaries that are or are not benefiting from your decisions, if you're actively thinking about long-term success and long-term outcomes related to your decisions, and then for us, the big thing is on how you all then track outcomes. So Councilmember Atkins asked about how we're thinking about outcomes, and we're actually wanting to push that a little bit onto you. If you make a decision today, have you thought about what the long-term impact of that decision would be and how you're going to sustain it? So do we have a policy agenda for you all to engage with? No, but we are trying to offer you resources and supports, and I think Councilmember Butler listed out some specific things that we already have available to us via the community asset work that we've done, and then via also our community engagement activities, and we can offer you perspective from the residents' position.
Thank you.
Councilmember Atkins.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm hoping that my comment about the plan, the Equitable Growth and Inclusion Strategic Plan, I didn't misstate it, but what I was hoping is that that plan remains the same as it is as a standalone document, but for any of the plans that we do, the Economic Development Strategic Plan being one of them, if there are components of that overarching plan are applicable to the Economic Development Strategic Plan or any of the other plans, so that those things are folded in. So I hope that I just wasn't unclear on that, but I do appreciate the feedback on that.
I think that is, I think that incorporation into future plans is exactly, what we were thinking as far as not creating a new plan, but how can we build off of what's there. And I also think the most important piece of that, especially when we're thinking about economic development, the less frequently asked question is, how does this impact people's health?
Yeah.
And how do we make sure that we are advancing health equity through this economic development policy? And so if those questions are asked, then that would be incorporating the work here, the comprehensive plan, the equitable growth and inclusion, and the city ag plan.
Yes, right. Thank you.
Thank you all. I did a quick search. It looks like 10-2067 Warehouse Industrial District has data centers, and 10-2079 Light Industrial has data centers. So as we are looking at this and having this conversation at the June work session, it'll be helpful if legal could make sure we're aware of wherever those warehouse and data centers and industrial, that we have all of that together to have that discussion would be helpful. Thank you so much. Next is T-Splosh and sidewalk updates. Councilmember Ziegler.
Yes, thank you. Mr. City Manager, if you want to bring up Mr. Reeves and Mr. Hall.
Yes. Director Reeves, Mr. Holmes are coming up. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This evening, we want to follow up on Councilmember Ziegler's request to have a presentation on our T-Splosh and sidewalk projects that we currently have, and we'll be providing a update on some of our previous projects running into where we are now, and then somewhat of an update on where our next set of projects will coming out. So as soon as we get this keyed up, we will be moving forward. Mr. Hall will be presenting at the gathering. Look at it up there.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I'm here tonight to give an update on our transportation projects. Can I give an update of our current projects that we have going on, as well as our projects for the upcoming fiscal year, and then just some overall facts and processes of the transportation projects. Our current projects that we have going on now, we'll start with our downtown multimodal project. The status of the projects, we're on status with construction along Main Street, as well as at the same time we have AT&T doing their relocations along East Point Street. Currently they're working right along here, so you probably see the construction and traffic control. But as of now, everything's on schedule with that project. Second, we have our Ben Hill Road project, which is near completion. We have some utility relocations, some gas, as well as some AT&T guy wires approximately near 2392 Ben Hill Road that are being relocated. So once those are moved, we can wrap up the remainder of that project, and we anticipate finishing that by the end of this month. Next, we have our L Circle at Washington Road intersection project. Some of the current activities, the contractors just met on site today with our city environmental inspectors. They're given the okay to remove some of the silt fencing, begin the final grading of the slopes. They're doing the surveys now to finish the final resurfacing, striping, and installing the signage along the new roadway alignment. Next, we have our Dotson Drive sidewalk project. This is from Dotson Drive near L. Godfrey Circle, near Sykes Park, up to Hogan Road. The project's on schedule. The contractors began doing some grading, clearing, install portions of the sidewalks. We haven't had any major conflicts or issues so far. So we're on schedule to complete that project by November. Next, we have the Sylvan Road project, which is south from Hapeville city limits up to Cedar Avenue. Current activities, AT&T successfully moved all their lines off the new poles, and now we're following it up with Comcast moving their lines. Once that's complete, East Point Power can come remove the old poles and we can begin construction. We've been meeting with the Water and Sewer Department to try to alleviate any hiccups with water meters, water lines in preparation for the project, and we're scheduled to start that project. We have listed September, but hopefully sooner. Next, we have a Janice Drive intersection project. This project is on schedule to start in May. I had the 22nd, I think, but before the end of this month in May, we're going to be kicking that project off as well. And here we have some various sidewalk maintenance projects that we've done. Some of the areas include the Colonial Hills neighborhood, Conley Drive, and Harrison Road. This is just repairing some existing sidewalks in the city. Some of our upcoming projects for the next fiscal year, we have our pavement resurfacing groups A, B, and C. Group A is the project that went through the work session through consent, and we have our meeting tonight for approval, and we'll be presenting the second groups B and C in our June work session. Next, we have a project for West Taylor Avenue, Church Street, East Point Street, Harrison Road. This is a resurfacing and pavement marking project that has elements of some non-intrusive traffic calming as well as some ADA improvements. We also have North Desert Drive resurfacing the sidewalk project. We're wrapping up the design of that project now. It's going to be resurfacing the Desert Drive from Camp Creek Parkway to Red Wine Road, as well as installing sidewalks. Next, we have the Sylvan Road North project, which is from the city limits of Atlanta down to Winburn Drive. We've completed the design of that project. And we're looking to get it out to bid and hopefully under construction in this next fiscal year. Next, we have our multimodal project from Virginia Avenue, which is our PATH project from Tri-Cities High School to Virginia Avenue. We've completed the evaluations. The consultants just sent us their price for the project, and now we're reviewing the project and negotiating the contract. The next step will be to come to council for approval and ultimately to GDOT to get the project started. And finally, we have a Conley Drive sidewalk project, which is filling in a gap in the existing sidewalks near the Hamilton E. Holmes school zone. This is from Judson Avenue to Collins Drive. We've completed design and hopefully get that out to bid soon. Some design projects we have for the upcoming year. Again, it's Conley Drive sidewalks. This is from Sims Street to Mulberry Street. This is filling in a gap in sidewalks along Conley Drive, so we're just finishing the connectivity of sidewalks in the area. Next, we have a next phase of Dyson Drive sidewalks to complete that connection from Hogan Road to Ben Hill Road. We also plan on doing a sidewalk and sign evaluation where we're going to evaluate our existing sidewalks, street signs, and hopefully this plan will give us some recommendations for making repairs in future sidewalks to construct in the city. This is going to go out for a RFQ for design where we'll get a consultant to give us the best proposal for completing that work. We also plan on getting a design for sidewalks on Dobbs Way, making that short connection between Ben Hill Road and Washington Road. And then we also next have Washington Road sidewalks, completing the final connection from where we stopped at Carmel Drive up to the city limits of South Fulton. And finally, we're going to start working on the extension on North Desert Drive, which will be the second phase of the L Circle project. When we're wrapping up the L Circle project, we'll collect data on the improvements, see the outcomes of the first phase on the traffic operations, and continue to design the project. So just wanted to kind of go over some of our process in transportation projects. We putting this along with some other information as a FAQ online. So go all the way from planning to concept to engineering design, a right-of-way acquisition to construction, just given the various steps and how long some of these steps take generally to complete. I think it's important to provide so that we have a clear expectation of when we're doing these projects, how long things take to develop. At the request of Councilmember Ziegler, we also have some information on our pavement condition study, kind of gets going over again how we come up with the ratings and what streets we pave. We had the consultants come out and do an inventory of our entire network and rank the scores from 0 to 100, what we call our PCI, or Pavement Condition Index. And this is a map, which is a very large map, so we have to zoom in of all of the streets, and they're color-coded by rating. There's approximately 10 colors, so they vary slightly, but you can zoom into them and see them starting at green, which is the higher score from 90 to 100, down into a dark orange, which indicates a street that's in worse condition. So this information is also available online, the Public Works site under Transportation, the complete study and presentation of the Pavement Condition Index. I think I have one more. Yes, I want to kind of go over some of the challenges and obstacles we face with some of our projects. We're building around older infrastructure in the East Point, and that has its challenges with utilities, both overhead and underground. We have driveways and developments that weren't built necessarily to today's current standards. We have steep terrain, and again, face obstacles such as housing setbacks, driveway elevations, all those which kind of slow down some of our projects in our older neighborhoods. So those are some of the challenges we work around, as well as projects that overlap with other municipal departments, such as our water and sewer department, our electrical department. We may have, all three have a project in the same area, so we're doing our job now to communicate with all three departments, coordinate our efforts so that we can plan accordingly. And this is just the link so we can get directly to the transportation page. You can either navigate through the Public Works site to transportation, or you can go directly using this link. So,
Councilmember Ziegler.
Yes, thank you so much for your presentation tonight. So can we go back to that map that you were showing us? Okay, so like you had stated previously, that green is good, of course, and then yellow and orange and red are progressively getting worse. Can we scroll down to our downtown area? I think just down a little bit more. Okay. So you see White Way kind of in the middle there. That's, oh, there we go. Mr. City Manager, knowing that we have the World Cup kind of coming next year, what are our plans to really kind of get us ready for that event? Seeing that there's some orange and yellow right in the heart of our downtown.
I believe there's some streetscaping that's underway right now. I think there's also room for enhancements in that, which I think we're going to be discussing tonight.
I can't hear you.
I said we have some streetscaping projects going on currently downtown, and I believe we're going to be talking about that tonight as a part of the budget process. About further enhancements.
Okay.
Councilmember Ziegler, the direct downtown area will be enhanced as a part of the ongoing project that we have now, the LCI multimodal project. So East Point Street, Main Street, White Way, Thompson, Cleveland Avenue, all the streets in the direct downtown area will be beautified and resurfaced as well with this current project. So just to give a little insight what's going on now.
Okay, so they are rescheduled to be repaved as well?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And I had a question, because I know that we have on the agenda to approve like $4.8 million or so in something that's called, what is it called? Houghton Place. How do we determine which roads get which thing, like resurfacing versus repaving versus Houghton Place? How do we determine which roads get what?
So you can do, what we did in this situation is we actually had a vendor come out and drive some areas that we had that in mind for, and kind of verify that these would be like good candidates for a treatment that would may not be our normal milling and resurfacing. So you typically get a street that's middle of the pack to average or it's above average, and those would be a good candidate for that. Also, we looked at streets that didn't need any additional curbing and gutter install, because that would take a separate type of contract, improving the drainage, installing curbs. So all the streets that we kind of selected as candidates had a combination of those things. They were in not too bad of condition, and then also had the infrastructure around them to be a good candidate for that selection.
Okay, gotcha. So they're more on the better side so it's basically just to keep up that good quality road.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
They'll still need some work, some patching and everything along the way included, but those are generally in similar condition, all those streets.
Okay. And when it comes to sidewalk replacement, I saw that you had Colonial Hills in there. Thank you for that. I know that that neighborhood is really looking to get their sidewalks replaced because they're in rough shape. So when it comes to timing and also budget, how long do you anticipate these projects to take, and how much of the budget would they take up?
Well, I think that's the importance of the assessment and evaluation we're trying to get done, completed. We're kind of just so that we're not just shooting in the dark to say, or just responding to citizen requests. We want to get a definite inventory of our sidewalks and get a plan so we can accurately budget annually to fix our existing sidewalks. So now we've kind of been doing them on a case-by-case basis, but we definitely want to get our plan set in place so we can do it strategically.
Okay, and when it comes to the PATH project, I saw that it's from the next segment that's being worked on is from Tri-Cities to Virginia Avenue. What's the next segment after that?
We have to work with our parks directors along with our other staff and kind of look at the plan for our next phases. We want to try to jump on it now, but we don't have a definite answer for the next phase.
Okay.
There's a implementation plan in the path plan that has the phases outlined. So we need to look at those phases still feasible, and as well as we talked with our parks director. This plan is coming up on 10 years old. Maybe time to update it. Some of the paths that were buildable at the time may not be buildable due to the infrastructure around them changing, buildings being new or in place. So we definitely need to look at if all the plans are still feasible to build. So that's something we'll be talking about as well.
Okay. And then my last question, so Ward B has the 3 GET communities, River Park, East Washington, and Center Park. What are we doing to support those neighborhoods when it comes to repaving the roads?
The upcoming pavement plans that we'll be bringing to you all next month, and we'll get it over to you in advance, has streets in all of those neighborhoods. It's more diverse than this current group of projects that we have on tonight's agenda. So we'll have projects in every ward covered in that group, the next 2 groups of projects.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Martin Rock.
Thank you so much for your presentation. All I wanted to suggest was this, because we have talked about this several times, the sidewalks, the trail projects. Is there any way that this information is accessible to residents online? Are you keeping, can residents access this very information that you presented online? Is it on the city's website with updates about construction projects, street paving, sidewalks? Is this information online?
So yes, monthly we send our IT update and put it on our Public Works page. So we do a monthly update every month on our projects. It's in a slightly different format, but it's outline of all of our projects.
Okay, and I think what also might be beneficial is that it may go out into a bill so that residents can know, hey, if you want this information, it's easily accessible online. But thank you so much for your presentation.
All right, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
The Economic Development Strategic Plan is on our agenda twice. We just talked about it at the work session last week, and it's supposed to be on our agenda, or it is on our agenda for action under agenda items. And so the presentation will be combined with the agenda item, and we will now go to committee reports. Are there any reports from any council members on the Council Budget and Finance Committee and or the Council Human Resources Committee? Seeing none, we will move to, I know the Budget and Finance Committee is meeting tomorrow at 6 or 6:30? At 6 p.m. tomorrow evening virtually. The information has been shared with the public. Adoption of council agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilwoman Shropshire.
I make a motion that we adopt the council agenda.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Need a motion to approve the minutes from the May 5th regular meeting of East Point City Council. Is there a motion?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilwoman Shropshire.
make a motion that we approve the city council minute meetings from May 5th.
So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. We are now in public hearings. One is the zoning. So I'm going to ask
Madam Mayor, if I can ask a question, because I know that there are a lot of residents here who are probably here for the budget hearing. Can we switch that?
So the question is about moving the public hearings around. I think the number 7 is going to be short.
Okay.
And then we'll get to the budget hearing, the public hearing on the budget, and then public comments is after that as well. So we'll get to that if we can get to this zoning, because we had discussion about this item at the work session as well. So, Madam Deputy City Attorney, if you could read the zoning public hearing rules, and then I'll ask for a motion to open up the public hearing on item number 7.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Public hearing procedures. Before adopting any change to the zoning maps or text of the zoning ordinance, the City Council shall hold a public hearing following the public hearing by the Planning and Zoning Commission,
where a recommendation was made on the petition. Public hearings before the City Council shall be conducted as follows. A, the presiding officer will call for a motion to open and close the hearing. B, the presiding officer or his or her designee will introduce the proposed zoning amendment before the City Council. Staff will then be called upon to present the Planning Commission's recommendation and summarize the staff's written report. C, persons both favoring and opposing the proposed amendment will then be provided an opportunity to address the council. The applicant for the proposed amendment or applicant's designated representative, if any, will be entitled to speak first, followed by other speakers in favor of the proposal for a total of 15 minutes. Those who oppose the proposed zoning amendment will then be permitted to speak for a total of 15 minutes. By majority vote, the council may increase the total time for speakers provided that each side is given the same amount of time. If there is more than one speaker for a side, the presiding officer may limit the time allotted to each individual speaker, other than the zoning applicant. The zoning applicant may reserve a portion of his allotted time for rebuttal. Speakers must adhere to rules of decorum. Prior to speaking, each speaker shall identify himself or herself and state his or her current address. Each speaker shall speak only to the merits of the proposed zoning decision under consideration, shall address remarks only to the council, and shall refrain from making personal attacks on any other speaker. The presiding officer may refuse a speaker the right to continue if, after first being cautioned, the speaker continues to violate the rules of decorum.
Can get a motion to open the public hearing for item number 7.
So moved.
Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The public hearing is now open. Mr. Jones, I'll ask staff to open up with a presentation, and then I will call for the applicant.
Yes, so we have Director Smith walking us through this item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Kimberly Smith, Planning and Community Development Director, and Mr. Lee Kelly, Assistant Director. In reference to this item, case number P225RZ-001-03, property located at 3380 Bachelor Street. The applicant is Fuse Design Studio. Timothy Helms is the representative. The current zoning of the property is R1A, which is our urban residential zoning district. This request is for a rezoning from R1A to RT, which is our residential townhouse district, with the concurrent variance to reduce the minimum lot area from 3,000 square feet in area to 2,148 square feet in area. The property is approximately 0.1974 plus or minus acres. Case type is a rezoning with a concurrent variance. As stated, the current zoning of the property is our R1A urban residential, and it is depicted on the map that you see in the highlighted blue. The future land use map designation is urban residential. Classification. And staff and planning commission recommendation is for denial of the rezoning from R1A to RT, and the concurrent variance for a reduction in a minimum lot size. The proposed zoning application does not conform to, and it's not compatible with the comprehensive plan, traditional urban neighborhood land use designation. The future plans for this area shall protect historic nature of single-family homes, provide for jobs and economic development opportunities for the city residents, to restore traditional pedestrian scale and character, and to emphasize high-quality design standards and building materials. That's the end of the staff report.
Thank you. At this time, the applicant can come up and speak. Madam City Clerk, start the 15-minute.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Timothy Helms. My address 374 Haskell Road, Northwest, Atlanta, Georgia 30309. I did want to call your attention to the land use map that they just showed with the yellow and the orange. If you noticed on the property, there's a sliver of orange going through that. We were initially confused about what land use we were supposed to be designated in, traditional urban neighborhood or the regional center. So that orange sliver is actually regional center, which allows for more high density development. And so I will, if we could just get it full screen. Thank you so much. Okay. I won't spend a lot of time going back through every slide because we were just here last week, so I know it's been a long night already. So I'll kind of just reposition us here. Walker Ave and Bachelor Street is where we are located. We are going for the variance and the rezone for residential townhome district, as well as the variance to be able to build 2 structures for townhome units total. And so I'll go on down. This is the current survey showing a single-family home with an ADU in the back. Again, single-family home is 1 story. It is habited right now. The ADU is not. This is the proposed site plan and landscape plan. As you can tell, we're trying to engage Egan Park, which is on the left of the plan here, and bring in some of that park area and that park environment and that community feel and urbanize this site a little bit with those park elements, seating elements, heavy landscaping, things of that nature. As well as provide for the residents dog runs on the northern side of the plan. And then I'll go on to the, well, I'll go back and I'll just restate again, the reduction in the minimum lot area is 29%. Again, in the zoning code, there is a small statement that says if you use certain elements, bring heavy landscaping onto the site, large amounts of masonry, then you get a small reduction, I think of about 5%. That doesn't get us to where we need to be. We're 29%, so that's why we're going for the variance. These are just the very schematic level floor plans. Again, some elevations. The bottom elevation is a schematic level elevation along Walker, and the top elevation is along Bachelor. These are a little bit more in-depth images, inspiration of what you would get, with the final design. Lots of brick. Again, we talked about those good craftsman style, but also good durable materials, and that's what we would plan for these elevations. And then again, reminding ourselves of what's across the street. And again, I'll call your attention to the second row, far right-hand side, a 6-story hotel, as well as third row, center image, a 6-story hotel. Those are our neighbors. Those are literally our neighbors. And then Egan Park, which you see image of there across the street. And so when we think about urban neighborhoods, we think about scale, and going from a 6-story to a 2-story is not really the ideal scale when you think about neighborhoods. So the townhomes would be 3 stories in elevation. We kind of depict that. So you would go from a 6-story to a 3-story to then a 1.5 or 2-story single-family home. And then, of course, you have the park across the street as well. And to depict that, we provided this image on the bottom showing the hotel on the right-hand side and then a 1.5-story house on the left-hand side, and how this is a very good contextual step down from what we see in the neighborhood. And then, of course, those images kind of showing the house currently, as it sits with the 1-story, being kind of dwarfed by those 6-story hotels. And the last slide I'll leave you with is a slide we added from the last time. The owners mentioned that they were provided a zoning map from 2008 that showed the zoning was actually commercial. The zoning map on the right-hand side is what they were given when they purchased the property. And you can see circled and shown in that red arrow is our property that we're talking about tonight. On the left-hand side is the one that staff was showing earlier, which is what we are currently zoned, which is for residential. So I'll leave you with that. And I'd like to, if I can, reserve any of the remaining time to answer questions or maybe make comments back to anything that's said.
How much time is remaining for 50?
9 minutes, 19 seconds.
Okay. Anyone who would like to speak in favor of the request to rezone property located at 3380 Bachelor Street from R1A Urban Residential to RT zoning district, I guess that's residential townhome, with the concurrent variance to reduce the minimum lot area from 3,000 to 2,148 square feet, please come forward at this time. Anyone who would like to speak in favor?
Hello, my name is Justin Anderson. I live at 3292 Bachelor Street, and I'm also the current president of the Egan Park Neighborhood Association. This is not necessarily in favor in its current state. I am open to the idea to redevelopment, but not with the density that is currently proposed. So it's not a full-blown denial of the idea. I just think that the scale is beyond scope for what currently is present in the neighborhood, that I don't think it's out of question for development on that corner lot. I do agree with the general sensibility of step down into the sculpting of a neighborhood, if you will. I think the concerns of the neighborhood relate to concentration of traffic, additional cars that are on the road. We do not have adequate sidewalks in Egan Park on many of our streets, and many of our driveways are one-lane driveways, so people are constantly doing the car dance in and out. And if there was a way to reduce the footprint, smallize the build to potentially half its current size, I think that there is a way to move forward, obviously with some additional context and some discussion, some strategy around that. I think all parking would have to be off of the street, so parking pads, garages, would have to be adequate to house any vehicles so that there is no street parking, additional street parking on Walker or Bachelor. The house currently already is creating a footprint on that corner that is slightly in state of blight, if you will, in relation to everything else around it. So I am definitely a fan of figuring out a way to improve it thoughtfully, strategically, within the context and general scope of the size and attributes of the current neighborhood as it relates to design, as it relates to materials. Again, I think the concerns from the neighborhood are, as it currently stands, that density of 4 units is unacceptable for that neighborhood. It's just not possible to house it comfortably and in a way that would actually feel like it's integrated into the neighborhood. It will become an outlier. So I think what we have to consider, it's not a full-blown denial, it's how do we reimagine this? How do we find a way to reconstruct this idea that could allow for a both and allow for compromise negotiation to improve that lot, but to do it in a way that is in concert with the neighborhood. Thank you.
Anyone else who would like to speak in favor? We're on the in favor side. Anyone who would like to speak in favor? Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition to the request to rezone the property located at 3380 Bachelor Street?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. First, thank you for hearing from us, the citizens. This is the foundation of democracy. Thank you. This is an idea that someone has as a really great way to sort of demolish one of the premier neighborhoods in East Point. I keep hearing about how great things are, but I know, because I'm a former president of Egan Park, I know that nothing was brought to Egan Park as a neighborhood association about this development, and I thought that was part of the rigor. Okay, I'm opposed because traffic is a bad idea. This multifamily idea in what is currently a neighborhood of originally single-family residences, although certainly time has changed. People have put garage apartments or split houses into multiple family dwellings, which, by the way, I am highly suspect are not in conformance with the city council's decision some time back about how you deal with short-term residencies. Anyway, this is really out of character, the neighborhood. It is in Egan Park. It is not it is not next to Egan Park. It is Egan Park, and the other residences there are intended to be zoned as single-family residences. So I'm not quite sure what this is about, except somebody has an idea. Hey, look, there's a spot that needs to look better. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. And we think there's an opportunity to sort of destroy the neighborhood in favor of putting more places there for people to live. And I might even be in favor of that if we could be sure that such multi-resident building environments are constrained to be owner-occupied only and not become apartments and or rental properties. Now, if you can put that sort of constraint on the buildings of the future, that might be a good thing for our neighborhood. And finally, again, I really like my neighborhood. Egan Park is premier. In fact, in the upcoming budget, there's a discussion about Egan Park, the park across the street, being one of the premier parks of East Point. I'd like to keep it that way. I don't want additional apartment-like buildings across the street. I like having single-family residences in my Egan Park neighborhood. Thank you.
Anyone else who would like to speak in opposition to the request to rezone property at 3380 Bachelor Street? Anyone who would like to speak in opposition? The applicant reserved time. How much time was remaining on the for side? You can come forward, sir.
Sure, I won't take the full time. I will just simply say, I personally actually live in a small neighborhood where it's all single-family homes in Atlanta. It's called Loring Heights. It's tucked really right in there behind Atlantic Station. We are now a mix of small townhome developments as well as single-family home, and we embrace that from an optional HOA community, where our community has really grown, taken off, and been able to discuss with Atlantic Station about connectivity as well as engage with the Beltline. So I know what growing your community can do when it comes to allowing a vast, diverse group of people to live. Bringing in townhomes brings in a different economic group of people, because they're not able to purchase some single-family homes that we spoke of. If we were to build a single-family home on this lot, it's going to go for 800. These townhomes, when they sell, they would not go for that. They would go for much lower in value, and that would allow individuals, younger individuals, such as myself, such as small families, new families that have first child, to come into this neighborhood and integrate themselves into the park and take advantage of all of the things that this city has to offer. And that's what I'll leave you with.
Thank you. Can we get a motion to close the public hearing? Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Is there any further action on this item? Councilmember Freely.
I just had some questions for the applicant.
So if you would like to have discussion, we need a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action.
I'd like to make a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Councilmember Freely.
Thank you. Come back up. You know, when you were here previously, there was mention made of an openness to potentially minimizing the number of units, going from 4 to possibly 2, which is something that it sounds like at least one resident or residents would be amenable to. Is that something that you think is still feasible for you?
Yes, absolutely. We're open to reducing the number of units and thus that 29% reduction in the variance that we're requesting, as well as there was mention engaging the neighborhood and going to the HOA that they have. We're open to that as well, discussing with the neighborhood what these look like, what they feel like.
And just one last question, and you may not be able to answer this, the owners may. Right now, you said the house is occupied.
That's correct.
Is it currently rented or is it owner occupied?
Rented.
It's rented now. Thank you.
Councilmember Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This question is for staff. Ms. Smith, please. How you doing? I just wanted to ask you a question about a zoning term, the missing middle. Do you think that this project may qualify? Because I think what my concerns are, you have this big hotel, then you go straight to the single-family homes. Is it plausible that you have something in between and this development would qualify for that, or have you heard of that before?
I've heard of missing middle. I haven't heard of it in terms of zoning. When we look at the community and we make the analysis based on the comprehensive plan, we really look at what the goals and the vision is in the comprehensive plan in reference to that.
The applicant last time we spoke with him mentioned that they purchased the property with the intent to place another hotel there. Was it ever zoned so they could do that, or?
It may have been zoned at the time, but zoning maps change all the time. I know that the city has gone through various city-initiated rezonings. It could have been, but based on the current comprehensive plan, that is not the vision. It's not the vision for that area at this time.
So my final question is, if they wanted to knock that house down and build something else, what would they be able to do?
Based on the current zoning of R1A, they would be able to build a single-family home.
Would they be able to subdivide that lot, or the lot would have to be?
There's not. They would not under the R1A zoning classification.
Thank you.
The minimum lot size is too big.
Thank you.
Councilmember Atkins.
Yes, thank you. There are a few questions. I think Councilman Butler brought some of them up, and I'm just going to piggyback on just a few. The last one is the current zoning is R1A.
Yes, urban residential.
That allows for a single family structure as well as a habitable accessory structure, correct?
Yes.
So that would be 2 units on that property?
The habitable accessory structure would be allowed per a use permit process.
Yes, but the neighborhood currently has habitable accessory structures within Egan Park on the R1A lots, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, so there could be 2 units, because there are 2 units on the property now, is that right?
correct.
Okay, so there are 2 units on the property, and then I was also going to mention a couple of things. Councilman Butler had mentioned the middle housing, and that is a trend across the country that many cities across the country are lacking in terms of middle housing and making sure that there are a variety of housing options and available to various income levels. So that middle housing is something that this particular project, if it were able to move forward, would address that middle housing issue, because it would be more than 1 unit. Right now there could be 2, which is currently on that property, but within an enclosed envelope, single envelope, that would then qualify as a middle housing
I agree with that
opportunity.
statement.
I'm sorry?
I agree with you.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure about that. And then I think that based on some of the things that I was reading in our economic development strategic plan, there has been not really the type of housing variety provided within the city. And so I was taking those things into consideration. And then the final thing is I do support the direction that I think Councilman Friedley was going in terms of driving that lot and driving through Egan Park. The roads are very narrow, and in talking with some of the residents in Egan Park, I understand that even a lot of those streets were at one time one-way streets, which might answer the question as to why they're so narrow. So I think 4 units would be overkill for that corner, but currently there are 2 units on that lot, and if that would be the motion of Councilman Friedley, I could support that with some conditions around that, but I think 4 is definitely too many for that space.
Staff came to that conclusion as well.
Okay, thank you.
So what's the size of this lot?
It is 0.19 plus or minus acres, which
So
is about 8,200 square feet.
2/10 of an acre. That's the size of this lot, 2/10 of an acre, right?
Approximately, yes.
So not half an acre, 2/10, like barely 2/10 of an acre. There was a question about habitable accessory structures. The size of the accessory structure has to be half the size of the, what is it, the living
Primary
area?
structure, yes.
Is it the living area or heated area, whatever, what's the terminology we use?
It has to be 50%, no more than 50% of the habitable of the primary structure.
Right, so if the primary structure was 2,000 square feet,
The
it would have
habitable
to be 1,000 or less, so it wouldn't be the same type size units to be able to put a habitable accessory structure on this lot.
They would be different sizes.
They would be different sizes. One would be larger, one would be smaller. The Planning and Zoning Commission and the staff have recommended denial. We are in discussion on this about density on 2/10, less than 2/10 of an acre. The request is for 4 units. Sounds like they're trying to figure out how to do 2 units, but 2/10 of an acre is very small. And if we're using the analogy of a habitable accessory structure, the second structure would be half the size of the first, of the primary structure. So it wouldn't be the same level of density, even if we use the middle housing option of duplexes or something of that nature, because generally those are the same size units. And so there is no motion on the floor right now. Councilmember Cummings, I'll go to you. You haven't spoken yet, and then I see Councilmember Atkins is back in. For Cummings.
Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. Question, what is the total square footage for the 4 units that they were trying to initially build? What was the total square footage? The total square footage for the 4 units that you were trying to put there?
We're looking at 1,200 now.
Per unit?
That's right, but there are 2 different size units on the lot. But 1,200 would be like the average size.
Okay, the average, so you're talking about 4,800 square feet for those 4 units. This question is for, hold on one second, 'cause I went. So are they, if they were to do 2 units, I know Madam Mayor just spoke about 1 unit in the front and then a habitable structure, which has to be half of the square footage, but let's just say they just decided to do just 2, the townhomes? Would they be able to do that?
They would be in compliance with the code if they put 2 townhouses.
2 townhouses?
On the site.
Okay.
Based on the size of the property.
So, okay, now back to the developer. And you guys said that you were open to doing just the 2 units?
Yes, I'm assuming you're speaking to the floor to area ratio that we're allowed to do for the site. Yes, yes, we would be.
Okay. So with that being said, I think you still wanted to, engage with the community to find out just sort of, the heartburn or whatever they may have about the project as a whole. So I know the thing is to do some sort of possible action this evening. Do you think now it's best that you guys go back and have that conversation with the community and move forward as opposed to us? Because I think if we vote to deny it today, doesn't that kind of... How long would it be before it comes back?
A year before they can file again?
12 months.
Yes, 12 months.
So, with that being, and I don't want that to be the case, so the best way I think would it be to go back and to have that conversation with the community and then come back, because if not, I hate to, if this is something that could, if we could, if this project could come to fruition, I hate for it to be set back for 12 months.
Yes, we'd be more than happy to defer to the next meeting. Oh, yeah, I apologize. We'd be more than happy to defer to the next meeting, meet with the community, and then bring our conversation back and with some new graphics.
Cool beans. So, okay, that's what I'm getting ready to do. So I would like to make a motion that we allow the applicant to defer or...
At this point, the action is, the application is in council's hands, so council would have to make a decision to defer, not really allow the applicant to defer. We haven't received a written request from the applicant. You asked if the applicant would be okay with the deferral, so the motion would be for this item to be deferred to a time certain.
Okay. With that being said, I'd like to make a motion that this item be deferred.
Second.
Thank you.
Moved and properly seconded. Is it deferred indefinitely or to a time certain?
June's meeting would provide for enough time.
The first meeting or the third? June 2nd or June 16th?
The third meeting.
June.
So I say...
So there's way too much going on right now. Like, we got hands up in the audience, dates being shared. So you've made a motion to defer. Generally, there's a time certain given. The staff just said June 16th. And so what is your, you can amend your motion. I haven't called a question on it, or it can be a friendly amendment to the motion.
So I'd like to amend my motion and to change it to defer, to allow the client, to allow the applicant to come back on the June 16th meeting.
The council member Atkins, does your second still stand?
No, because I'd like for it to be the second meeting, because I think there's been a CZIM already.
There is a motion, amended motion on the floor that doesn't have a second. Councilmember Atkins' motion, second doesn't stand. Councilmember Shropshire just seconded the amended motion, which is to defer this item to the June 16th meeting of the East Point City Council. Any discussion on that motion? Councilmember Cummings, are you still in? Councilmember Atkins?
I'm sorry, no.
Councilmember Freely?
Yeah, I just want to be clear on the date that each Councilmember Cummings and that Councilmember Atkins are suggesting, the actual numerical date, not the number of meetings in the month.
I initially, is it okay if I speak?
So Councilmember Cummings just specifically stated June 16th in her amendment to her
And
motion.
Councilmember Atkins,
He didn't, he said the second didn't stand, so Councilmember Shropshire seconded the motion for it to be deferred until June 16th. So we are now in discussion on the motion for it to be deferred until June 16th. Freely.
yeah, and so my question was just for Councilmember Atkins to clarify the date.
Councilmember Cummings made the motion. So are you asking whether or proposing another date, like the Q&A between council members generally don't have? So there's either June 16th, which is what the motion is. The other meeting in June where council takes action is June 2nd. Staff recommended June 16th. The motion was amended to June 16th with a second, and that's the discussion. If there's a desire for a different date, there can be a substitute motion.
My point is, I'm confused between the second, meaning the date, or the second, meaning the second meeting. I apologize for my confusion, but I'd like to be clear.
So the second meeting would be the June 9th work session, which wouldn't be June 2nd. And so Councilmember Freely, we generally don't take action at the work session, but the options in June, I think there's a consensus about June. It's June 2nd, June 9th, or June 16th. There's a motion for June 16th. If someone wants to propose a different date, that can be done by either a friendly amendment to the asking for a friendly amendment to that motion, or doing a substitute motion to change the date from the 16th to either the 9th, which is the work session. And if it's placed on the 9th and action wants to be taken, we have to indicate that on the agenda, because at work sessions, generally action is not taken. Or June 2nd, which is a regular meeting of the City Council where action is taken. Councilmember Ziegler.
Yes, and to help this conversation along, Egan Park has their neighborhood meeting on the first Thursday of the month, so June 2nd would not work. So we would, it sounds like that in order to abide by normal council rules and things like that, that the appropriate date would be June 16th.
Councilmember Cummings and then Councilmember Atkins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I was actually trying to go back and state the motion again, that we have that, that we deferred and have them to come back on the 16th, which is the third meeting, on the 16th, to allow time for the applicant to meet with the residents and to put any, if they need to make any changes or adjustments to their presentation, to bring it back to council for possible action.
Yep, that's the motion on the floor. Councilmember Atkins.
Yes, and I just wanted to clarify for Councilman Freely, it was the second, but Councilmember Ziegler is correct. My meeting dates for my Neighbors Association meetings, the Egan Park won't meet until the 3rd, so then the 16th would be better. So I'm in favor of that. That's fine. That'll be easier, and there does not have to be the creation of a special meeting for it, because the neighbors will already be meeting.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Items on the June 16th agenda. Next up is the public hearing on the FY26 proposed budget. If you could read the public hearing rule from our council rules, Madam Deputy City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Public hearings shall be advertised as per ordinance. The presiding officer will call for a motion to open and close the hearing. Those in favor of the subject will speak first for a total of 15 minutes. Each speaker will be limited to not more than 3 minutes. Those who oppose the subject will then speak for a total of 15 minutes, Each speaker will be limited to not more than 3 minutes. Speakers may give a total of 3 minutes to another speaker after all of those present have had the opportunity to speak. Residents will be given first priority to speak. After all residents have been given an opportunity to speak, non-residents may speak. By a majority vote, the council may increase the total time for each side of the subject to a total of 30 minutes per side. Each side will be given the same amount of time. Speakers must adhere to the rules of decorum.
I get a motion to open the public hearing. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Jones, the public hearing is open. If staff has a brief presentation on the budget before we take comments.
Yes,
and
Mayor.
I know we just had a presentation at the work session, but we just received our detailed budget books tonight while in the meeting. So I don't know if we want to go through a full presentation again or just open it up to staff, but I'll turn it over to you so we can have some presentation. Turn it over to the residents. I'll turn it over to you so we can have some presentation from staff and then hear come from the residents who've been patiently waiting.
Yes, Mayor. Interim Director Golden will give a brief presentation to open up the public hearing.
Madam Mayor, do I just read the ordinance or, because I don't have, just the ordinance? Okay.
The ordinance is around page 25. Oh, there you have it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll read the ordinance as it relates to the FY26 proposed budget. An ordinance by the City Council of the City of East Point, Georgia, to adopt a budget for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2026, to provide for an effective date and for other purposes, be it ordained by the Mayor and Council of the City of East Point and it is hereby ordained by the authority of that same. The annual budget for the operations, capital projects, grant programs, and debt service for the City of East for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2026 is $229,100,451. The budget includes all revenues and expenditures for governmental and enterprise purposes. As detailed in the accompanying budget documents herein incorporated, is hereby adopted in accordance with Georgia law. The fund summary are as follows. Operating budget. We're proposing for the general fund $70,505,915. Confiscated assets $255,000. E911 fund $1.7 million. The police special revenue fund, that is $15,000. Hotel motel tax $5.6 million. Water and sewer utility fund $37,032,620. The electric utility fund $56,318,830. Stormwater is $3,719,537. Solid waste, a budget of $5,279,511. A subtotal of $180,514,524. With our capital projects, we're proposing $23,474,684. Corridors tab, $1.5 million. T-Splosh is $13.2 million. 50 words to $372,000. City Hall has our debt service of $933,000. General grant funds, this is police grants, $212,492, and restricted grants of $8.8 million. A grand total of $229,100,451.
This is a public hearing. Anyone who'd like to speak in favor of... No, we already did that. That's during the presentation. Didn't I already do a motion to open the floor in the public hearing? Yeah. Anyone who'd like to speak in favor of the proposed budget, please come forward at this time. Anyone who would like to speak in favor of the proposed budget, please come forward at this time. Anyone who would like to speak in favor? Press the mic. Press the button on that. There you go.
Okay. Mayor, City Council, Sharon Lovett, 2830 DeLow Drive. I support this budget. As usual, I've been here 38 years, and I don't see anything wrong with it. The main reason that I will support it is as long as they keep the WWD, on the schedule. We have 20,000 to 40,000 people that come out here to enjoy themselves, and we love it. Nothing terrible has ever happened the last 6 years that I've been to each and every last one of them. And so they have all the other events and they sponsor those, so I don't see anything wrong with that. And I'm not a young chick, I'm a senior citizen, but I love the WWD. So I agree, and I hope you all vote for it. And as far as all municipalities, we should have a reserve for the city in the event of hard times. And any city council that vote against the budget, we're going to remember that in November. Thank you.
Anyone else who would like to speak in favor? I think we got about 2 more in line.
Good evening, Patricia Lovett, Meadowlark, East Point. I was not able to attend any of the budget meetings, but I do have a message to Mr. Jones from my husband. He said, thank you very much. Your presentation was very prudent, and he could tell that you worked very closely with your staff in establishing the budget, and that's critical. One of the things I do want to say is that I do not object to any of the line items in the budget. I approve of everyone, but I especially love the one that is for all the citizens, which is Wind Down Wednesday, and I appreciate all of the park money, but that's in the budget. I'm specifically, of course, I'm all for anything in Sykes Park. So I did hear Councilwoman Cummins and Councilman Mitchell at the meeting that you had at Word of Faith Love Center, and I tapped into what you plan to do with the movies, and so that will certainly encourage our young people and give them something to do, not just something to do, because I know you're going to have good movies, and who knows, I may show up. But certainly for all levels of the people here in East Point, and for all people that are interested in entertainment, I support the entire budget. Thank you.
Anyone else in favor, come forward. Button on that base. There you go.
All right, good evening, Mayor and the council. I did have a lot to say in a couple of minutes or whatever, but I just wanted to go on the record that the city of East Point meetings are too long for the public. My blood sugar has dropped and I got to leave, but I wanted to just come up here and say that I'm in favor of the budget because I trust what you all do. No matter how many phone calls I get talking about not vote for this person or not do this or not do that, I've been out here since 1986 and I love East Point. So I just want to tell y'all that I'm praying for y'all and that everything is going to be all right. We face too much negative people comments every day. So I just want y'all to know, stay strong, stay together. You might disagree, but just come together. We are the USA, a part of USA. And that's all I got to say because I got to go home and try to get myself together. But thanks for hearing me. And I do support the Wednesday wind down and the budget for the city of East Point. Thanks, y'all.
I know it's coming up next. I'm like the gentleman said, I'm for it and then I'm against it. I don't see any details. People coming up here saying they support the Wednesday wind down. I don't see any detail where money is allocated for the Wednesday wind down. I don't see any details. I don't know where the money is going. I know what the money is was said. And, you know, God knows, you know, y'all can have me public comments after all these presentations. Y'all done kept us here all night long to talk about money, to talk about our money that you guys want to spend. And you holding us up all night long to talk about our money. People were here, but now they gone. And then there are no details. There's just, you right now at $229 million that you want us to say, okay, spend it. Spend it on what? You're giving us general things. You're not giving us any specifics. What's going to happen at Sykes Park? How much money going to be spent at Sykes Park? How much money going to be spent over here? How much money going to be spent over there? Where are the details? Where are the details? I served up there. So I know when we did budget with details. So when you came and presented it to the people had the details, where the money is going, We don't know. I can't say I'm for it, I can't say I'm against it, because I don't know what the money going for. You know, in my community, I'm black, and I'm proud. If you ask me for some money, ask us boy some money, they'll say, what you gonna spend it on? You ask us for money, what you gonna spend it on? You ain't telling us nothing. But you want me to say, I'm for it, because you got a number assigned to this and a number assigned to that. But it doesn't say anything that's what you're going to spend it on. You're asking for more money than you got last time. You're giving him $203,000. More than you ever paid any city manager. Brothers and sisters, I can't say I'm for it, I can't say I'm against it. But I am for the Wednesday wind down, I will say that. So definitely keep that in the budget, okay? And I'm going to go home. I'm like her. Y'all done kept me here too long. God bless you, God bless your family, and God bless America.
Anyone else in favor?
Good evening. It's good to see you, Madam Mayor, council people. My name is Audrey Davis. I live at 2561 Meadowlark Drive, a resident of almost 30 years, and East Point is home. I enjoy all the privileges of being a taxpayer, as much as I hate to see my money going and I don't really get anything, but we have big government that gets all of our monies and our taxes and all that, and then we have little government here in East Point that's just part of life. So the budget, I'm enjoying the fruits of the labors of some of the streets that have been improved. There are a lot of streets that still need to be improved, and my car is saying, oh my God, it cries every time it has to go down Ben Hill Road, you know, because it's so raggedy and everything. But Sites Parks, the improvements that have been going on, Wind Down Wednesday Wind Down, whichever way you want to say it, has been enjoyed by 19 of my classmates. We are a class of 1969 from Hattiesburg, Mississippi, and they come up here a lot during the summers to go to Wednesday Wind Down. So I'm definitely in support of that, and I'd love to see more money definitely keeping me here. But hey, we have to pay taxes, so we pay taxes. And to see my tax dollars at work, I approve the budget. I'm ready for Wednesday Wind Down. Thank you.
Good evening. I'll follow up my neighbor. We're next door neighbors. I'm also in Meadowlark Estates. I'm Megan Collier. I see all the council people that come to our meetings, so I appreciate your time. I know we all have to get up and go to work, but I think the time has been very valuable. I did get a lot out of today's meeting, so I do want to say I appreciate you all being patient with us as well as us being patient with you. I do ask that you support the budget. I have attended other year's budget meetings that are virtual and in person and get a lot of the details that we may not be able to get tonight. I do like Wind Down Wednesday. I'll be a different type of generation because even though my family's from Atlanta and I was born in Atlanta, I was raised here in East Point. I moved back 10 years ago and I'm a proud homeowner now. And so it's really great to have my friends and coworkers also come to Wind Down Wednesday, the 3 months during the summer. It also gets so crowded at times that we've had to hang out and we end up at chairs and at Ozpiece as well to partake and, you know, be here in East Point. So I ask that you support it. I think it has a diversity of music and age groups as well. I'm not going to call her my mother, but she goes to it as well. And we enjoy it as a family. My mom, my brother, and myself, all are homeowners here in East Point. We've been here for 50 years. So I love the city. I love what has been going on, the growth of the city. And I just ask that you, support it. We'll continue to grow. I care about my taxpayer money as well, but I agree with my neighbor. It is what it is. So I ask that you support it, and thank you all for your time.
Good evening, Mayor, Council Member, City Staff. My name is Vanessa, and I am in favor. However, I'm also a resident here as well. Been here about 3 years now. But I would love for some consideration for us to introduce the State of Lock Nation Global Dollar. This would allow us to kind of have a little bit more money to work with. There's been plenty of research and work done at the city, state, and federal levels to begin to infrastructure this, and so that we can be able to funnel it, so that we can do some work around affordable housing and really address the deficits that our people are faced with at this time. There's plenty more that I'd like to share, but I know that we're short on time, so I just want to provide that information. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good evening, I should say. Good evening, Ms. Mayor. I'm so glad to see all of you. Got sort of cold because I've been playing a lot. But anyway, I support the budget. Maybe I don't understand some of the budget, but I do support it. The Metal Rock Homeowners Association, which they are here, I represent that association as their president. And we have our meetings every month except July, because that's it's sort of like a vacation month. But every month we have our meeting at 7 o'clock every month. Now, some of the things I heard tonight, I didn't hear anything about the Metal Rock subdivision being paved. That particular, our subdivision, the roads are terrible. And that they haven't been paved at all. I support the budget, and I support the Wednesday wind down. Every time we have a meeting, Councilman Shropshire is there. She never misses a meeting. I support her all the way, 100%, because she's at every meeting we have. And I support the Wednesday wind down, because not only is just older people, young people, they all support that, and we enjoy it. And I hope you support it, because the Metal Rock Homeowners Association, we support the Wednesday wind down. Thank you so much.
Anyone else want to speak in favor? Come forward.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Tom Wardlow. I live in Egan Park, a lovely neighborhood in the city of East Point. I think we should approve the budget. My experience has been that there are always amendments made later on to make corrections. Given the size, I think it's 146 pages. I've read it all. It would be fun to see how many of you folks up here have actually read it start to finish, because I'm thinking probably not many, but that's just me. I want to say the city is doing well. It's doing lots of good things. I think Wind Down Wednesday is a wonderful thing, but it points out one of the major deficits in my city, and that is we only give food trucks because we don't have restaurants that anybody wants to go to. They have to go to College Park or perhaps Hapeville. Our city, this is a wonderful thing. We give people this Wednesday wind down, and then they go home. Do they leave money for parking? Do they leave money with the store owners? No, they take our money and they go home happy. Thank you.
Anyone else would like to speak in favor of the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget? Anyone in favor? Anyone would like to speak in opposition to the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget?
Good evening, good morning. Queen Ernestine D. Pittman, and I rise to the occasion to speak in opposition to this budget because we have a budget committee appointed in January, has not met It has given no report since then. It is now May. I don't know about you council members, but the budget committee is supposed to have recommendations. They have gone through the budget. There are recommendations that they would like to make in opposition to what is posed and proposed by the city manager for you all to discuss, that they have gotten input from residents. Didn't happen. And some of you, this is the first time you're looking at the budget in the book tonight. But you're here to talk about the budget. So while we're here to talk about this budget tonight, the first thing is accountability. This is a financial document put together by the newly city manager, finance director, purchasing director, internal auditor, who haven't been together 6 months. And here we come up here with this budget that has in it executive. We don't have anything in our charter that says executive except CEO, city manager. But now we have an executive department that's in violation of our charter. But you happen to have $6 million in it. Do you know what this $6 million is going for? It includes the mayor, city manager, communications, equity and inclusion and legal. Has a budget of $6,607,841, which is up from $4.2 million in 2024, and the actual million is $6.6 million now. You don't know what's there. Folks back here want the budget passed. You don't know what the $6 million is paying for, but you want wind down Wednesday so badly that you're willing to throw away $6 million. And what in violation of the charter. That is why I'm filing a writ of mandamus, because not only for this council, but for other council members coming after you. There's a civil suit that says you will have to be held accountable and enforce your laws on the books, which means, according to the state, this budget isn't in keeping with transparency for it. You can't block something together like this and throw it into the mixed vegetable soup and say, this is clear chicken soup. It doesn't work that way. It does not work that way. And here you come up here talking about equity and health and all. Item number 13 talks about a sinkhole that you want to spend $865,462 for, and yet you still have not spent the $9,000 for the 80-year-old veteran sinkhole in his front yard over there on Greenwood that's right around from that creek that's been giving folks over there headaches for years. High blood pressure and everything else, but if we're talking about health equity, we're talking about $3,719,000 in stormwater fees that will be collected. And you can't come up with $9,000 out of that. Don't worry. And you're talking about equity. The man can't even go to court to make you to pay because you have failed to write an ordinance creating a board that you're supposed to have there for him to appeal to if he disagrees with what is there. And folks behind me, I'm disgusted and disappointed in you as residents. If we don't hold our council members accountable, who will? The sick, the infirm, the needy, the uneducated. And all I've heard up here is wind down Wednesday. That says to me, you don't know your own laws. That's why we have what we have in D.C. in the White House. That's why we have the policies coming from up there. Because of people like us. And I'm not talking about color, I'm talking about up here what our desires and what we want for our community. Other thing I have on here, stormwater ordinance. I looked at what you have on here for the stormwater. department. Not a one of you, to include the city manager, whoever's working with him, have read that ordinance. You can only claim up to 20% of stormwater money to go for mandates, federal or state mandates. The other 80% has to go as defined in the ordinance. You still don't know that. No, I didn't come up here to preach a sermon. Not at all. I came up here to tell you the council is not above reproach, and you either. They're doing what they do because you're about nothing out here. It's not Councilwoman Shropshire and Win Down Wednesday. She can't give Win Down Wednesday anything. When it comes up for 1 cent of that money to be spent, it better come out of that budget listed here to this council. And the vote on the floor better be, we have a motion to approve $200,000 for Win Down Wednesday. We're going to call it by its name because the city knows they're in non-departmental money, right? State of Georgia say any money that sits in a non-departmental budget has to be voted on by a council that comes out. Yeah, I'm 79 years old and I'm old. But I know the charter, I know the ordinance, and I know how this council is supposed to be working. Evidently you did. You don't. But you go to everything. Your travel budget has not decreased. Your educational budget has not decreased. But your educational IQ has decreased. You know less now than before you came to sit up here. What is your excuse? What is it? I've been in this city 52 years come September. I've been a community activist in it 49 years. I know what it's supposed to be like. And it's not supposed to be like this. I know my 3 minutes might be up. My friend back there, he's giving me his 3. Now I'm about to sit down after I tell you this. I am very upset with you all. And I'm very upset with the residents of this city because they know better, assuredly know better. We talk about our youth. What kind of program do we have for this summer coming up? They got pickleball over there at Brookdale. They have a playground over there at Brookdale. What you have up here, Sumner Park? You don't have a volleyball. You don't have a baseball that's not over there on Martin Street. What do you have for the children? What do you have for me? You still have the same playground materials, up there, equipment up there that we got with Kaboom with my first year on the council. And I've been out of office 10 years after serving 10 years, so you know how old that is. Oh, but all our parks are doing wonderful. What about, I don't want to go to the Bowden Center for everything for a senior. That's the Bowden Center for Fulton County. Where's my money going here in East Point for parks and recs for all ages? And I know where the revenue generators are because it took 3 administrators to get them there. I hadn't seen, your administration ain't come up with anything in the past 10 years to generate funds. Hotel motel tax, I signed that in 2012. When are we going to get started on that auditorium sitting back there? It's been in the capital budget for 10 full years with a $600,000 reserve it's $600,000. It's supposed to go in a reserve account every year from hotel motel tax money. Now, I'm sure it's in some kind of interest-bearing account, so I know we are over $7 million. What is it going to take to finish that auditorium over there on the inside so if we can go in there and have shows? You want to go and have a play, a musical, or what have you, instead of standing up here on I forget what they call the downtown thing, so you know I have Alzheimer's and Alzheimer's too, but I know enough the Commons is not where I want to go for a show. And why they come from Hattiesburg, I'm going to Biloxi. I do love Boulevard. So if I'm going to spend my money, I'm going to spend it in luxury and comfort, and not try to sit here keeping folks from getting to the MARTA station, keeping people from getting from work home to their children, because they're so bunched up out here with food vendors lined up, our restaurants not taking advantage of it and all. But you want to have wind down winds. I don't know one of the groups out there that sings. That's why I go to hear KC and Sunshine Band or wherever. I have to go to a place to still have oldies. But I tell you this, we're going to put a stop to a whole lot of things in this city because you are violating the law in implementing it. There's nothing wrong with wanting to have people to come here and have concerts. That auditorium's been sitting out there for 10 years. Where is it on capital plans? I see $26,000 capital project, but you know as well as I do that's SPLOST money from the two different SPLOSTs. Where is the $700,000? I mean, the $7 million. Thank you. Make my opinion.
Good evening. I'm Jeffrey Hemming, and I thank you for your stamina and willing to make space for us to talk. I've been following the budget process very closely, and I want to thank the city manager and the interim finance director. The presentation that they gave you all on the work session, on the last work session, answered a lot of the questions that I had been raising, and I appreciate those of you who have reached out to me and allowed me to share those questions with you privately. We heard from our state representatives today that the urgency and the seriousness of what's happening at the federal level is impacting us at the local level. And I previously came before you and shared with you that there are $35 million in the reserve fund. $12 million are required to be there by law, and that leaves $23 million for you all to decide what to do with it. I previously asked you for a $5 to $7 million rainy day fund for residents. That is returning money directly to us via paying for, in the event of an economic downturn, paying toward our utility bills. We own our utility services, so this would be generative for the city. You would help us, it would help the city. I asked you for small business loans that could support small businesses in the event that they are struggling to maintain. And I've also asked you to consider other things that would keep residents in homes, whether it be mortgage assistance or rental assistance. And I want to be quick because I know that there's another resident who wants to speak. My request is very specific. If you approve this budget, require that the city manager return to you within 60 days of approval a resident-facing rainy day fund and what you all are going to do with it. And $5 to $7 million will go a long way of that $23 million. The next thing I just want to raise for you all is that you had a robust conversation about the sanitation fund, and I was appalled to learn that departments don't have to pay for their sanitation costs, and yet you all were entertaining a conversation on rate hikes for residents. And I would ask that if you approve this budget, you would require that a comprehensive cost study and revenue analysis be done for the sanitation fund before you even consider raising any sort of sanitation rates for us, the residents. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Reverend Dr. Christina Clement, representing the Public Benefit Trust of State of Loc Nation. I'm here tonight to propose the immediate inclusion of a restitution fund in East Point's budget, fully funded using a Loc Nation dollar, also known as the Black USD. The last shall be first, and we have failed to establish our own currency. This proposal is grounded in legal authority under Article 1, Section 10 of the U.S. Constitution, 31 U.S.C. 5103, Georgia's OCGA 368019, and supported by UCC financing statements. L&D is in compliance with ISO
4217, an international currency standard. Every note issued is backed by official recorded collateral under the UCC. This fund is designed to match the city's entire existing budget and employee salary, dollar for dollar, with no debt, no liability, and no repayment required by the city. We are targeting this match specifically to serve historically redline areas within East Point neighborhoods that for decades have suffered from disinvestment, displacement, and broken trust. The restitution fund should support affordable housing, land use restoration, local small business grants, infrastructure upgrades, youth education, wellness, mental health programs, and direct neighborhood improvements. We respectfully ask the council to add a budget line titled L&D Restitution Fund, Matching Allocations, designate a fiscal liaison, establish an oversight committee with red line neighborhood representation, and approve this fund's integration into your budget. Thank you.
Why did that just go off? I'm not sure what time you're keeping. Hold on just a moment, ma'am. You can come on. No, you can come forward. Just hold on.
Sorry, that was the 15 minutes against. Like the total 15 minutes against.
There was more than 15 minutes. Did you run 15 minutes for and against?
Yes. And I paused like for everyone to say their name, and once they stated their name, I pressed it again.
At this time, where is it? At this time, we need in order to continue to have speakers speak, we would need a motion for council.
I'll make the motion that we extend the time.
Can I finish? Need a motion from council to extend the total time to a total of 30 minutes per side. Such extension would give, I don't know if we have any additional people who would like to speak in favor, but we would need to, per our rules, the council may increase the total time for each side of the subject to a total of 30 minutes per side, which will give 15 additional minutes. Councilmember Mitchell.
Oh, yeah, I'll make the motion. We extend the total time to 30 minutes.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. You can go ahead.
Hello, Maya Cross, 1397 Lyle Avenue. So first I want to thank you all for the recent improvements to the sidewalks and the accessibility ramps in general around the city. I definitely can tell that they're making a real difference, and I really appreciate the momentum. We saw a great presentation today about sidewalk projects. As you plan the budget that you're getting ready to approve, I really hope that pedestrian safety does remain a priority and that there's more funds and projects allocated to pedestrian safety enhancements. Around a month ago, there was a pretty lengthy C-Click Fix report from a resident who has a visual impairment, and they were describing how hard it was to get around the city, especially some of our crosswalks. They said that they feel like they've been dealing with these issues for years and that some of their ideas have been ignored. The report specifically mentions safer crosswalks and auditory components to crosswalks. So I just wanted to elevate and echo their concerns to this council. There are certain pedestrian crossings, and I'm sure, it's kind of around the city and just in general in the United States, we're not the best at pedestrian accessibility. Let's just be real, that's how our country is. But if we look at the intersection, just for example, of Harris and Cleveland Avenue, so currently, like when you walk across it, there's no countdown signal, so you don't know actually how long you have to safely walk across the street. So pretty much when I'm like halfway across the crosswalk, it's already telling me to stop. And I'm tall, I walk really fast, so I can only imagine if it's telling me to stop, and there's no countdown letting me know how much longer I have to get safely across, that it would definitely be really difficult for someone who, maybe has kids with them or is in a wheelchair. So, when we think about health equity in the city and making sure that's a priority, I definitely think that safer pedestrian experiences can be included as part of our concepts for a healthy city. And then additionally, about over a month ago, I reported a MARTA bus stop sign that had fallen down. It looked like maybe a car had hit it. I reported it through SeeClickFix, and the case was closed immediately by the city, and I was given instructions from the city that I needed to report it to MARTA. So as a result, the bus stop sign is still on the ground. This has been over a month ago, not a year, over a month ago. And, I don't know who at MARTA to reach out to. I have a full-time job. I don't have time to figure out, how to coordinate with MARTA to get something for East Point. So I just really encourage us to kind of coordinate directly with MARTA, on the city side, when there's public infrastructure that is being affected. So thank you for your time and continued prioritization of safer streets.
Anyone else who would like to speak in opposition to the budget? Proposed fiscal year 26 budget. Anyone else who would like to speak in opposition? Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor? We extended the time to 30 minutes per side. Anyone else who would like to speak in favor? Anyone else who would like to speak in favor? Can I get a motion to close the public hearing? Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Do we have any public comments this evening?
Do we discuss it? Because I got some questions.
Do we have any public comments? I think a lot of the people, yes, we still do have public comments.
Mm-hmm.
We can open up for a brief discussion. We won't be taking action tonight. But if there's a desire to discuss the budget, motion to open the floor for discussion. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is open. Councilman Shropshire.
Thank you. I do want to clear up something that was said, a couple of things that was said. One of the things that was said was the city entertained a motion or talked about increasing sanitation. The city never talked about increasing sanitation. No, the city didn't. What this discussion was, the sanitation fees that's the only fees that have not been raised. But the council never said we're going to entertain a motion to increase sanitation. I don't recall that conversation never happening. So just to clear that up. The second thing is, we had a resident that said when it's full, they go to the restaurants, they patronize the restaurants in the city. Just because residents have opinions and they want to see things does not mean that they should be scolded by anyone of how they feel. Everyone is entitled to have a conversation and to say what they like, what they agree to. But no one should be scolded by any resident on feeling a certain type of way. And I will say it again, and we can pull the minutes. The conversation never came up about increasing sanitation. What was said, that is the only department that fees have never been increased, and it has always stayed at the $21.50. That is what was said. So when people put misinformation out there, then it travels a very long way instead of putting the accurate information out there. So I just wanted to clear that up.
Any further discussion on the budget tonight? I know I did review the initial, abbreviated version. I've been on this council 11 years and 4 months. And today is the 19 days. And this is the very first year that I ever received a budget like the one we received on at the April 24th meeting. It did not have details of what each line item. It just generally had the summary of revenue and expenses. 4 pages for revenue, 26 pages for expenses. We were told when we received that it was just a draft and that we would get a more detailed budget. And that didn't come until during this meeting this evening to actually provide the details of each of those departments, the revenues and expenses. As I've done every year, I will read through. This is over 300 and the budget, the revenue section, I think in this one is 30 pages. The expenses about 299 pages, and there are probably about 50 pages or so that preceded. So this is over a 350-page document that I will peruse and go through as I've done each year. So the residents who've indicated that they have reviewed the detailed budget, it's interesting because we just got it today, and it's dated, the draft is May 17th, which is a Saturday. And so it has just been recently made available. I think it's very important that we make sure that the information in the budget is accurate. I'm still trying to figure out how the hotel motel fund is showing negative anything when the revenue generated is based upon heads and beds within our hotels, and then whatever comes in then goes out based upon the statutory formula. I have been scratching my head trying to figure out how we have negatives represented in that budget. I'm absolutely unclear about how that even exists. I have a number of other questions, even including above the line items in my own budget that are there, and I don't recall discussing those in my budget meeting with staff. And so, as I've done always, I will go through this budget, I will flag it, I will make notes, I'll have conversations, I'll ask questions. Wednesday wind down is W-I-N-D, is not W-I-N-E, as reflected in this budget. We cannot spend money on wine. So I think we need to make sure that that is updated ASAP. There's been a lot of discussion about it. But, you know, it is, I'll say it's the first time. Never received a budget. This is my 12th budget in my years of service to the city. 4 as a council member, I'm in my 8th year as mayor. That looked like the budget we received on April 24th, or that's dated April 24th. I think our meeting in April was given to us either that night or the next day. And I want to make sure I'm right on my dates. Might have been April, no, that's dated April 20. It has draft copy April 24, 2025. Never received a budget in this kind of folder before that we got in April. It's either been in a binder like we got tonight and you see the difference in pages, or it's been spiral bound. And so the budget is a very important document. It's one of the most important policy documents and ordinances that we adopt. It provides the funding for the year, and yes, we do amend it, and all cities do that. Budget amendments is a part of the process. And so our charter requires that we adopt the budget by the first council meeting in June, which will be June 2nd of this year. I hope we are not going to go back to 2013, which was the year before I got on council, where the budget was approved in December of that year, halfway through the fiscal year. So we've been pretty good about approving the budget on time, but it seems like there's going to need to be a lot of work done between now and June 2nd, because I'm just unclear about some of the information that I read in this first time condensed, just numbers, summary of numbers document at the end that don't even match up with I've looked at the detailed budget to kind of cross-reference. So I'll be having those conversations and questions offline, but we got a lot of work to do between now and December 2nd. Any other? Seeing none, we will move to public comments. Do we have any public comments this evening? I think you already said yes. How many?
We have 15 comments.
Yeah, I think some of the people may have left, but I'll go ahead and
I do see
read.
that some of them have left, so.
I'll go ahead and read the rule. Chapter 2, Section 2-2002BB, Rule 28. The public may speak during the public comment section of the agenda. Speakers must complete a comment form prior to the start of the meeting. Subject may include any subject of choice. There will be a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speakers that have signed up to speak may give all or part of their time, up to 3 minutes, to another speaker for a total of 6 minutes of speaking time. Speakers may address the council only once during this time of the agenda. Speakers must identify themselves and their address prior to speaking. Questions from the speakers may not be addressed during the public speaking section of the agenda. East Point residents will have priority over other speakers. There will be a total of not more than 60 minutes for the public speaking section of the agenda. Speakers may only address the presiding officer. Speakers shall observe all rules of decorum. No debate, disrespect, or obscenity shall be tolerated. The presiding officer shall rule any such individual out of order that fails to comply with the foregoing. Madam City Clerk, you may call the first speaker.
All right, up first we have Miss Patricia Lovett, and I do not see her anymore. Okay. Okay, next we have Vanessa Young. You what? Okay. So Christina Clement? Yes, you can come on. Yes. Excuse me, I'm sorry, but Miss Vanessa, you're not going to speak at all. Okay, got it.
I just may ask, press the mic for me. State your address for me.
Okay, so it's 1426 Hawthorne.
Okay.
Okay.
And your name again, I'm sorry.
Reverend Dr. Christina Clement.
Cummings?
Clement.
Clemens.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No
Thank
S. I forgot to mention the last time that I do believe that my proposal would fit under the city ordinance section 43306. I could be corrected, but I did also leave some MOUs for you guys to consider the proposal that was presented earlier. Thank you. Ms. Pittman, I see that she has left. Oh, yes, so Ernestine Pittman has left. Napoleon Black, he too is no longer here. Thomas Warlow. Oh, he's gone as well, all right. Audrey Davis. Okay. Megan Collier. All right. Mr. Greg Fan is gone. Tamisha Foster. No, Tamisha Foster. Okay. Miss Sharon Lovett is gone. Miss Sandra Cole, she gone too. Okay. Mm-hmm. Great. Beth McMillan. Nope. Great. Pick the best. Kay Benson.
My name is Kay Benson. I'm 3605 Lake Estates Way. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to come tonight. Very long. I've lived in my residence for 20 years, and I'm glad to see that people do come out. It's actually my first time since the water situation at East Point, addressing an issue that I feel very deeply about. I'm just here tonight because I'm deeply disappointed regarding the April 15th vote to approve a warehouse in the ward in which I live. That decision did not reflect the needs or desires of the residents around me. And I'm here today because it's left many of us feeling unheard and unrepresented. If this council is not prepared to prioritize the well-being and quality of life of all residents, regardless of the ward, then it's difficult for us to continue offering our support come November. Representation means standing up for your constituents, even when it's not the easy or politically safe choice. And I think we see that a lot with what's going on today. From my understanding, when the May 5th meeting was held, it was stated that the city had no choice but to approve the warehouse or face a lawsuit. We need the courage for you guys to fight for us. Joshua, I voted for you. Latanya, I voted for you. We need to earn the respect other than caving in and voting against us. I voted helping with campaigns, and I really believed in what you guys were doing in the past, and now I'm surprised to hear, Joshua, that you're representing this very area that would only be one bringing the proposal to bring the proposal forward. I'm sorry, I'm tired. The city had ordinances, which I heard earlier, in a place designed to prevent this kind of development, to protect our neighborhoods. Yet, from what I understand, 6 of you chose to override those protections, putting politics and profits ahead of people who live here. I just want to be clear, and I live in a very large area, and although I don't come here a lot, I talk to a lot of people in my neighborhood. Our votes matter. Who we vote for matters. This isn't just about warehouses or townhomes. It's about trust. It's about whether the people we elect are going to fight for all of our neighborhoods, not just the ones that you live in. In July, we voted in July, you voted against Ward D regarding a townhome project. We showed up then. We're here again because once again, this council has voted against the interests of our community. So I have to ask what it is about Ward D that makes us, I'm sorry, what is it about Ward D that makes us the target for development that our other wards are protected from? Why do we keep getting overlooked or voted against? We deserve answers, and more importantly, we deserve a leadership a leadership that stands with us, not against us. I've sat here for 5 hours to say that, and I hope you guys listen.
All right, Christy Ector.
Good night, council members and mayor. Really do appreciate your efforts, but again, I too am upset. We put trust in our representatives. We expect that to come back to us. And Ward D, where I live, we've got an abundance of warehouses. We don't need any more warehouses. If you have to generate income, figure out another way. If they have to be here with us, and we are centrally located to the airport, 285, 85, it's convenient. It's a gold mine for them. But we live here. You know, you've got programs that you talk about health equity, but you backslide or you backslid. Why have an ordinance if you're not going to hold to it? Why isn't there more transparency? Why was the vote even accepted? Why did they even come back for a second round? So, you know, I see on paper it's one thing, but the actions are different, and it shouldn't be that way. I thank you all for taking the time to even listen to me. It's been a long night for all of us. But I challenge you all to figure out a way. The warehouses, I don't know if they can come, if you let them come in. The ones that are already here, can you increase their taxes? I don't know what can be done, but you need to figure out another way versus having additional warehouses come into our space. And then to allow them to come in and not even ask for any kind of concessions that will benefit us, whether it's helping to pay for a bus for senior citizens when we get our new rec facility, whether it's paying for the lifeguard if we get a pool. Why can't they fund some of that? If you all are making the rules and they want to come in, I don't know all of the laws, but I know that you can figure out a way because you're smart enough to do it. We need your support, just like you need our vote. Thank you very much.
Lastly, we have Ms. Andrea Caldwell.
Is it on? Okay. Good evening. My name is Andrea Caldwell, 4328 Savannah Lane. I just wanted to go on record along with the community here regarding the Gray Star project, the warehouse that's coming to our area. During the last meeting, there was a narrative that kind of emerged during the meeting suggesting that you all were forced to vote in support of the project due to supposedly a biased flyer. And Joshua, you mentioned during the last meeting as well that you shared the sentiment with the community or our frustration because you too experienced an unwanted warehouse in your backyard. But I wanted to ask a question because prior to the flyer ever circulating, there was a meeting on February 7th where the same 6 council members voted yes in support of the project. So my question is, at what point did you stand in opposition and with the community in not wanting the warehouse to come? And at what point was that vote kind of changed or it changed for you and you felt that you had to vote in support of it? The other thing that I wanted to bring up is when that second vote came up, I personally believe just because of the first meeting with 6 people voting yes and in support of it, that it was going to be a repeat. And so I asked if the warehouse is coming, can it come with the community benefit? And you all rejected that. So I would like to hear from the people that supported the warehouse or the project, why did you turn down the community benefit that could have helped us? Finally, I live on Ben Hill Road. There is still land on Ben Hill Road. I would like to know how is that currently zoned? And more importantly, if it is zoned light industrial, what is the process for rezoning it so we can ensure that no more warehouses are coming to that street or to our area? Thank you.
Those are all the public comments we have this evening.
Thank you for everyone who's patiently waiting to speak tonight in public comments. Can I get a motion to approve consent agenda items 9 through 17?
So moved.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. We're now on item number 18. Get a motion for discussion and possible action. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? That's 2. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is now open for discussion. Mr. Jones, I guess we need an update from police as to where we are on this application.
Yes, Chief Buchanan is going to be walking us through this item.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Chief Buchanan, Mayor, City Council, City Attorney, City Manager. Basically, we were where we left off last week. They've completed all the obligations they need to complete, so we're ready to move forward.
The chief has indicated we're ready to move forward. What do you mean that this is now appropriate to, you're recommending approval of the alcohol license?
I'm sorry, yes, I am.
Any questions? Lights on, Councilmember Butler.
Madam Mayor, I make the motion that we approve the alcohol license for consumption on premise for Sunshine Blue Waters LLC.
Second.
Wow. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up
Thank you.
is discussion and possible action on the compensation of associate judges. Their motion.
Madam Mayor, I make the motion that we open the floor for a discussion and possible action regarding the salaries for associate judges.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is now open. When we last discussed this, the recommendation is that we keep the existing monthly stipend and then also have an additional $300 per session. I think that was Chief Judge Oliver's recommendation. Chief Judge Oliver.
That is correct. There was discussion, and I believe that some of the council members desired to have a little bit more time to think about whether that's something that they wanted to move forward with and approve. And that recommendation still stands.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I move that we approve the salaries per session for $300 and keep the stipend as it is for the associate judge, compensation for associate judges.
So moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? Council.
What is the stipend? It's still
150.
Okay.
I still corrected. I think
Okay.
I said 175 before, but it's 150.
Okay, thank you.
And the motion is made would protect whatever the existing stipend is. I think it was abundance of caution. We just said keep the existing.
Correct.
Councilmember Butler, his lights is on, but he just walked out. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is council discussion and possible action for approval of the updated Economic Development Strategic Plan 2025. Is there a motion to open the floor? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those, any opposed? Motion carries. And Madam City Clerk, please make sure the records are correct and reflecting who's voting and who's here and who's not.
Yes, we'll have Director of Economic Development, Director Robert Rogers.
Thank you, City Manager Jones. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Maceo Rogers, Department of Economic Development. Today we have Mr. Jeff Koski of KB Advisory Group, the President, and two colleagues of his, Ms. Gabby Oliveria and Mr. Kalanis Johnson. Gabby will speak to specifically the implementation plan of the overall economic development strategy plan.
While she's getting that set up, I just want to take time to say appreciate your consideration of the plan. We've been here a few times now and have kind of presented pieces of the plan. Last time we were here, you may remember, you asked us to do additional public input, which we've done. We kept the surveys open. We promoted them through the water bills. Last week, when I was on the phone, you asked us to get into more details on the implementation plan, and we've done that as well. So we've updated the overall plan with a summary of the implementation plan up front and a full and detailed implementation plan in the back. So there's a lot there, and Gabby's going to go over that for you. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As Jeff said, basically the EDSP is finalized in that regard in terms of our end, and we have gone back and the full implementation plan, part of it is its own section. It has been there, but it wasn't elevated to the front to make it more clear, so we have done that. And so the presentation today is just to kind of show examples from that piece and to answer any last questions that y'all have that we can discuss. So before we got into it, we did want to point out that, just remind everyone again that the previous EDSP is now 10 years old, but over that time, East Point has had so many successes across those 10 years, and we have been trying to build from those regarding this update. And so some of the examples that we have outlined with the economic development team are up here on the screen, including the Malibu Apartments. You're having Arden's Garden, not only their retail locations, but their headquarters, having Atlanta Utility Works. I know warehouse has now been a hot topic this meeting, so we don't need to dive into those, but also having the quality of life pieces with soccer in the streets. Of course, that's been a really good attribute to downtown. It's been well received during a public engagement from the residents, and it'll be, I think, a great asset to leverage with FIFA and the World Cup coming to the Atlanta region. And not even included on here are the hotels that you've been able to add and all of the small mom and pop restaurants that are definitely frequented by the community. And so again, these are the goals. I know we have shown them to you a couple times now, but just to reiterate that these are the 5 main goals for this updated EDSP. And in the full plan and the full matrix, which I'm marking, it begins on page 118 of the full document. It is very long, but each of these goals has their own set of objectives and action items. And to Councilman Atkins, your point earlier in this meeting, especially Goal 5, support citywide initiatives. Right, we also agree that East Point does have so many plans, and it can be very easy for them to kind of get lost and to lose track of which ones have been completed, which ones haven't, and kind of where we stand in the next steps. So what we have done here is that Goal 5, we have taken all the other plans that you have completed, and we have pulled out every single one related to economic development that has not been completed or championed to date, and they have been pasted directly into that matrix. So as you can see, we have ones coming from your TOD update when the original was 2012. We have some from the Urban Ag Plan, which was highlighted earlier this evening, even some from your 2021 Equitable Growth and Inclusion Strategic Plan, your Comp Plan, the LCI. This is, granted, it's much more, and that is the longest section of the implementation piece of the report because you do have so many of these objectives and action items, but this is just a snapshot of some of those, the main ones that we kind of saw. And the only difference between this table and the ones that are in the full report is that the last column has whether it is in progress, short term, maybe 1 to 3 years, medium term, about 4 to 6 years, and then the long term is much longer. So the ones here identified are either currently in progress, such as in some form the facade program, and Maceo and his team have recently implemented one that's citywide, or they're going to be short term. And the last one is these are working on the next steps. The previous ones where we want this to be a bridge to your previous plans, to the previous EDSP. And so these ones are looking like what are the things that have been completed, right? What are the next steps and new things that Maceo and his team should be doing or working with the other departments? And so these are some examples, right? We've heard about permitting, making sure that the resources and the staff are there to improve that so that is no longer a hindrance for businesses within East Point. We've heard about hotels. That was a big thing, I believe, at the April work session that we were at. And we believe, working with Visit East Point to create a hotel district master plan would be really helpful because that helps draw consensus between you all with the staff, with the hotels in that district to kind of figure out what is the consensus of what we want that to look like, how that can be connected to the rest of the city, and another document in that way. Leveraging your partnerships with Aerotropolis and with the real estate community, making sure that businesses who do want to expand within the city, that they have the resources and those spaces are here for them. They know how to reach them in order to stay here. We've heard tonight about working with MARTA, and so we did speak with them, and they did tell us that they have instituted a station zone management program, and we have a contact for that Maceo and his team now have, and so hopefully that will be a good leverage point in order to help kind of address some of the concerns there have been about the MARTA station, right? Because once you get off the station, that might be someone's first impression of East Point, so we want it to be the very best one that it could be. Another one is a target industry incentive ordinance. This is pretty common to have across cities, and in a way it is somewhat similar to your set of pre-approved incentives that you have for small businesses. It's a very similar concept, something that you all as council would devise of, and they'd kind of be pre-approved so that as Maceo goes to try to recruit and maintain these target industries within East Point, not every single one of them will have to go through the normal process of getting an incentive kind of brought to them. This makes that easier for him, and it can make it more effective in recruiting them. Speaking to the workforce piece, right, is making sure that there are work-based learning opportunities for the high school students within East Point and with businesses here as well as within the city. And then the last one that we have is, again, touching on housing, which we heard tonight about a little bit, right? It's the idea of having, the missing middle piece works into this, but making sure that there is a breadth and a diversity of housing that can meet people from varying price points and varying socioeconomic levels so that East Point can maintain its diversity in that regard. So again, these are just some quick examples from the full report. We just wanted to highlight them so you could kind of see some of the ones that we have come up with. Again, the full matrix, of course, is in the long, like 200-page document now at this point, but we are happy to answer any follow-up questions or concerns that y'all have.
Do you have information on the timeline, implementation timeline?
Of?
The implementation timeline, he indicated that you all added that to the plan and that you were going to talk about that. Did I miss it?
No, so each of the objectives have their own designated time frame that we would suggest they be implemented in. And so the ones that we presented on right now are just examples of ones that were just designated as either being currently in progress or ones to be done in the short term. I haven't included a list of every single one of them.
Oh, no, I just inquired because the gentleman said before you spoke that you were going to go over the implementation plan because that was something that council asked about at the last meeting. So I appreciate the summary of the action items, but we still don't know timeline.
Right, I can. So the way that the implementation action plan is set up, it looks a lot like this. So you have each of the goals, right? Everything, the gray label will be an objective, and then each of these is a strategy. And so the implementation plan just looks like this. It's not necessarily set up as like a time schedule. We have it just listed where a beginning implementation recommended time frame for each specific objective, if that makes sense. They're not laid out in a schedule format.
Correct. So generally when we think about an implementation timeline, it says we're going to start in whatever year, and even if it's not concrete, there is a time frame. And so 1 to 3 years doesn't say when we're planning to start any of these things. And so based upon what was shared at the beginning, I thought that's what we would have, but I guess that's maybe something staff is going to work on. But right now we don't know implementation time frame. We have a plan with no time frame of implementation. Mr. Rogers is behind you.
Yes, ma'am. What I was going to say is that upon the approval of this plan, we will immediately begin working the plan, the implementation part of it. A few of these things are actually already taking place, such as the facade component that she mentioned that we're working on. Of course, still on our radar is the common site. We're looking obviously at recruiting a grocer. So there are those things that we're working on currently, as well as the urban ag component that was mentioned as well. So our point and objective is to move quickly, efficiently in terms of implementing this particular plan based on your approval.
Yeah, I understand, but this is really just a summary of things that could be done with no timeline of when things will be done, or indicating that things have been done. And so if we're adopting an economic development strategy, maybe, but a strategic plan document generally would have a timeline as to, even if it's just a general frame, a window starting like 2025 to 2027 or whatever for these. But I'll leave that up to the city manager. We're adopting a plan that just has timeframes, but no strategy around implementation. But any questions? Any further action on this item tonight?
In for discussion.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
So, Madam Mayor, do you think that we should wait to receive some sort of timelines for implementation before we adopt this document?
I don't, it might be an exercise in futility at this point. We asked for it, and I think it was supposed to be presented tonight. We haven't received that, so maybe they're saying this is what the plan should be.
Mr. City Manager, do you have any comments?
I think the point's noted. In either case, we would have to put some specific timelines. Some of these things would be in this current year's budget. Some would be forecasted in the future. So until a budget is actually identified as funding, it's going to be, probably be a 12-month outlook type of timeline, which I'm assuming that the department would have to do that for the next 12 months anyway, if that helps.
Is council going to take any action on this document tonight, or are we moving it to another meeting? Again, delaying it for an implementation plan and timeline, which we asked for, and don't have that level of specificity. I know we want to do that again. Councilmember Atkins.
Yes, I just want to make sure that I'm clear. City Manager Redmond, are you stating that for the items in this plan, the action items in this plan, for there to be dates to them, that there's got to be dollars attached to them, and you said, I just want to make sure that I'm clear on that. That's what I thought that you said. And then the question will be is, are there dollars in this current budget to address this?
So the items in the plan span over more than one fiscal year. Right. So my comments are to the existing fiscal year coming, which would be FY26. So it makes sense that what is budgeted that we're, the budget that we're approving now, there's going to be activities that's going to be able to happen. And now that we know, once we know that those funds are there, pending the budget is successfully adopted, then it makes sense to have specific timelines based on the funds that are available to achieve the strategies that are in the plan. So that's my comments to that. Okay. We can certainly think about things on the horizon of future fiscal years, but honestly, without knowing the financial condition, it's hard to say those are going to be hard fast. But I think the mayor's just trying to get an idea of what that could look like. Right. She mentioned in her comments that it may come to fruition, may not, but to be able to just kind of get an idea of what that looks like. I'm just saying real close to the next 12 months is what really matters. And the department is basically in guesswork until that budget is actually approved. Okay. In addition to that, for this document here, and I know that your office has sent out an email regarding a council retreat that Councilmember Butler had made mention of before. So is this a document that at a council retreat, or when we have the retreat, that we would then be able to identify what our priorities are and then put the time frames against it and manage it that way? Certainly.
Okay.
Certainly, that is definitely an approach that could be taken. Okay.
All right. So, Madam Mayor, with that, I move that we accept or approve I don't know if it's going to be accept or approve the Economic Development Strategic Plan as presented.
It's been moved and properly second. Discussion. You keep mentioning a budget. What is the budget for this? What is the amount for the items that have a cost to them? You said they're budgeted in the FY26 budget. Where's the budget for these items and the cost that goes with it?
We can get that to you.
But it's not in this plan, right?
Not in this plan, no.
Right, and then as a part of the retreat, we'll be looking at other plans as well, correct? The Equitable Growth and Inclusion Strategic Plan, the City Ag Plan, the Comprehensive Development Plan, right?
As it relates to this plan, yes.
As it relates to the city. Comprehensive Development Plan deals with land use, zoning, development. Economic development deals with economic. So we'll be looking at all plans.
If you want me to look at all plans, or if that's what you're tasking us to do, I thought we were talking about the economic development plan.
I'm talking about the retreat right now.
Oh.
And when or if we have it, what plans will be a part of that discussion, and what will be singularly focused on one plan or all the other plans that are connected to this work.
For the council retreat, that agenda has not been defined, so it is open for feedback on what we will cover or.
So you're open to including the plan, all the
Absolutely.
plans. Any further discussion? Atkins, are you still in?
Oh, sorry.
So Member Shropshire.
Thank you. Speaking of retreat, I didn't know that we were having one. The last I read, it said that there was some desire to wait till after the election. So, I don't know. I read that in the weekly report, but because there's no timeline as to when it would be implemented, I would rather wait until we can get a timeline. How soon do you think we can get a timeline, Mr. Rogers?
Councilwoman, I can put together a timeline for the June work session, if you like.
Okay, I would say let's wait till June to get a timeline. I'm sorry, Mr. Atkins, are you speaking? Oh, okay.
Mic isn't on.
Oh no, I just saw interaction. I didn't know it was. I didn't know if you had something
Come on,
to
y'all.
say.
It's late.
I didn't know.
Let's
We know
go.
you.
Councilman
We know you.
Shropshire, continue with
We
your
know you.
comments. Continue with your comments.
But I see you. But we can. I would rather wait till June till we get a timeline. Thank you.
I would share those same sentiments, but again, I caution council. We asked for it tonight. We don't have it. We're being told that there are some dollars or budget attached to these action items, but we don't have that budget tonight. But they're supposed to be in the FY26 budget. Mr. Jones indicated he would provide the budget. If there is budget needs, like our East Point Path Plan has the 16 segments, it has the estimated cost per segment, so like if there are budgetary concerns, those are generally included in the plan as well. But it's not in this plan, and I think, again, holding off might be an exercise in futility, but Mr. Jones said he would provide the additional information that was requested, but delaying approval of the plan for a timeline that we requested for this evening, I'm not sure that we should continue to delay it. The motion on the floor is right now that we're discussing is to approve it. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call for question on the motion. All those in favor? All those opposed? Roll call.
Councilmember Shropshire. Councilmember Freely. Councilmember Atkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Ziegler. Councilmember Cummings. Councilmember Mitchell. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
No.
The motion passed.
You have Councilmember Butler is absent.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
I wrote that earlier, yes.
Thank you. Next up is comments from council. Councilmember Ziegler, Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Yes, thank you. Councilman Atkins and I would like to invite everyone across the city to our event called Welcome Home. It's going to be held at City Hall on May 31st from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. The purpose of this event is for residents to come and meet staff and ask questions. We'll have staff from Public Works, police, and many others. We are not only opening the doors to City Hall, but also to our Ward B office, because this City Hall is your City Hall. Our office is your office, and it's built with your voices, supported by your tax dollars, and shaped by the spirit of the city. So whether it's your first time here or your 100th, just know this, that you're not just visitors, you're home. Welcome to City Hall. Welcome home. Join us May 31st from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m.
Are you making a motion to have an event that includes staff? If not, you'll be giving directives for staff to be at an event that hasn't been approved by council. So are you making a motion for that event?
We can, I believe in the city manager's report that it was in there that as long as we included his staff in the invite and everything regarding the event, we didn't have to make a motion.
Okay. I mean, we have a charter that talks about giving directives, so you can choose to do that, or in abundance of caution, you can do what we've said as a council when you're having events, especially also using City Hall, that it be a motion to be able to be approved by council, so you'd have the ability to request staff, use staff, utilize space. But
sure.
I will go to the next person.
I will make a motion to use City Hall and on May 31st from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And also have staff here ready to meet residents and answer questions.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion?
Question.
Councilmember Shropshire.
So my question, so is it any activities going on? Because I know that on the 31st, they're having a owning the block wealth building from 2 to 5. So is it just the open City Hall for people to come in, or?
Yeah, so we'll be here in the chambers, and we'll have tables set up, and so it'll be an easy takedown for everyone to be ready for the event at 2.
So you'll have tables set up I didn't hear the last part.
We'll have tables set up for city staff to be ready to answer questions and meet residents.
So it's basically like a town hall?
No, I think town halls are different than that.
So the city staff is going to be interacting one-on-one with residents to answer any questions?
So,
yes.
Councilmember Shropshire, can you just ask all your questions, and then I'll have Councilmember Ziegler respond in turn, so we won't have the question and answer going back and forth.
I guess and I don't have a problem with it, but I'm just trying to see, so staff is going to be here to set up tables to answer questions that residents have?
Yes.
Okay. Just like a town hall. Okay. Just.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Oh, I'm in for comments.
Councilmember Atkins.
Yes, just want to say that on this past.
We haven't voted. I'm asking for discussion on the motion.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
No further. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Anything else, Councilmember Ziegler? Councilmember Martin Rogers.
I was in, but it don't matter. I can wait.
Councilmember Shropshire, Martin Rogers, and Atkins.
Thank you. I do want to remind people, Saturday, the 24th, is Paper Shred Day. Remember, we did that with GenCare. It's going to be Saturday, I think, from 9 to 12, maybe 10 to 12, something like that. But it's Paper Shred Day at the GenCare location over in the Wayfield Plaza, which is called Hetland Plaza, is when we're going to do the paper shred. So remember that Paper Shred Day over at the GenCare Plaza on May 24th, and it might be from 10 to 12 or 10 to 1 or something like that. But watch for the flyer. It will go out. It might be 9 to 12. It might be 10 to 12, something like that. I can't remember, but I get the accurate time. Also, I brought to council about the food distribution, which should have been on Saturday, but it was depending on them getting the food from the food bank. So it wasn't Saturday. They're going to do it on, so the food giveaway date has changed, and it will be in June, and it'll be on June 14th at Jefferson Park Recreation Center on the outside. The only thing we need from staff is that they bring the tables out in the tents. That's pretty much it. And we will need for traffic. That's it. But it has moved to the 14th because that's the day when they'll have the food for the food giveaway on that Saturday, June 14th. Watch for the information to come out on that as well. And once again, thank you to all of the residents who came out to speak in reference to speak on your to speak to staff or to council, and you shared your concerns and your issues, and thank you.
Was the paper shredding event already approved by council?
Yes, it was. Okay. Do we need? It was because it was a cost that did not exceed, I think, $500, but it was approved by council. Did someone have a question about it as to what it was approved?
I wasn't even looking at anyone. I'm asking you that because I just asked Councilmember Ziegler that, so I'm not sure.
It was approved.
Question
by
was about the dates. What's the dates?
The 24th, because we were still trying to work out a date, and it was approved.
So that's the new date? Is it 24th?
No, we had to decide a date because GenCare sets everything up, and they sent us our portion of the invoice.
All right. That you might want to make sure before we leave tonight, because there won't be another meeting before I think the proposed date. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Can you look it up?
I think Atkins was next. Nothing. All right. Yes, thank you. I would like to first thank residents for coming out. And I want to say, continue to be engaged and make your voices heard. We should remember that the strength of a community lies in its ability to come together and work towards the common good. I would also like to remind Ward D residents that live in close proximity to the L Circle Realignment Project. There will be a community update meeting on Wednesday, May 21st, 2025, starting at 5:30 p.m. The location is the Collective Success Center, 1400 Center Parkway, Suite 116, East Point, Georgia 30344. At the last council meeting, a member of this council read statements from a letter that was received by the elected body. However, it does not excuse the fact that 6 members of this body voted against the residents of this city. This reflects a concerning,
Councilmember Martin, please continue.
This reflects a concerning lack of mutual respect and integrity, which undermines the trust that's essential for equitable decision making. During council comments at our last meeting, it was stated that we had to vote for the warehouse or the city was going to be sued. At the February meeting, I made a motion to deny the Zero Welcome All development project, and the motion failed. The at-large council member for Ward C made a motion to allow the developer to come back in 60 days. In April, we received notification from the developer's attorney. Members of this council already had a decision made that they were going to disregard an ordinance that was put in place to protect the residents from developments like this. They also decided to rob residents of this city of any community benefits. The council member for Ward A still has yet to address why he removed condition number 8. The council members for Ward B still have not addressed who will ensure that no lithium batteries or refrigeration is not happening on site. In fact, council members have no knowledge of what is going to go in the warehouses. By granting the developer's request, they effectively compromise our community's quality of life without adequate consideration. Based upon the comments at the May 5th meeting, they were under the assumption that the city was going to be sued. Instead of listening to residents, doing their own due diligence, or even looking into the developer's track record, they chose not to act. Some of the projects that are in this developer's portfolio are Midtown and Canopy by Hilton, a mixed-use multifamily residence, student housing, and a 55-year-old and up community. Yet, members of this council didn't demand better, didn't ask for changes, and didn't push back on the scale of what's being built. Now they expect us to believe they were afraid of being sued. That's the justification they're offering, and frankly, we don't have to accept it. Voting for what is right and necessary should not be hard, yet we've seen a troubling pattern. When it comes to their own communities, they vote without hesitation, making concessions, which I'm sure the Lakeside Preserve residents would have liked to have in July 2024, even when no residents are present to advocate. But when it comes to ours, even when we show up, make signs, speak passionately, and voice our concerns, we're still voted against. That sends a clear message, one that says some communities are heard while others are ignored. We don't need scared or fearful leaders. We need leaders who are willing to get into good trouble to do what's right. Our city is fully equipped to handle any litigation that may come before us. In fact, a member of this council has already benefited from over $14,000 in legal fees. So to now claim fear of a potential lawsuit as an excuse, not only is it misleading, it's dishonest. Telling a lie to justify a harmful decision and standing by it is deeply concerning. Our community deserves transparency, truth, and leadership grounded in integrity, not fear and self-interest. Thank you.
Councilmember Atkins.
Yes, thank you so very much. Many residents know that Fulton County voted to close Park Lane School, and this past weekend was a reunion of many of the graduates of Park Lane. So Councilmember Ziegler and I and others attended that. Fulton County Board Member Katie George was there and other folks. It was a great event. Katie Gregory, thank you. It was a great event. There were a few hundred graduates of Park Lane that came out, and they went all the way back to the 1950s, and so it was really wonderful to have that level of camaraderie to come out to say farewell to Park Lane. In addition to that, it was announced last month, I believe, that Rise Academy will also be closing in the city of East Point, and so I lead with those things to share that on the 26th of July, I've partnered with a few entities in the city of East Point to host a back-to-school event that will be held at Impact Church, and they will be one of the sponsors. The Community Development Corporation affiliated with that church, of which I am a board member, will also be a sponsor, as well as Bryson Constructors, which would be one of the largest sponsors for the back-to-school event. We're looking to have a few hundred people to come out and to give out close to 200 backpacks filled with all of the requisite supplies as ordered by Fulton County. And so I would be asking my colleagues if we would be able to promote this on our website and on our social media, particularly as we continue to go out and get sponsors for the event. And so that, again, is on Saturday, the 26th of July.
Councilmember Shropshire?
Just a quick note. It was April 21st when it was voted on for the paper shred day.
Any other comments from council?
Do I need to make a motion for that, or do we?
Y'all already sent everything to communications for them to promote anyway. Like,
I don't generally send it to them, but okay.
The LAHEAP was promoted. Everybody event's been promoted on city.
Oh, I didn't send it to them.
It made it.
Okay.
So that's up to you if you want.
Well, I'll just make a motion. I just move that we support the marketing efforts as we continue to go out and get sponsorships for the Back to School program to share on our social media and our city's website.
Is that a motion that we support?
The City of East Point.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Question.
Motion was
Just a quick question.
Clarified to be the we support was City of East Point. Councilmember Shropshire.
So when you say the city, is it help with the supplies? What are you asking for?
No, we're going after sponsorships for the supplies, so the city doesn't have to pay for the supplies. We're marketing the
so
event.
who's going to ask for the sponsors?
Yeah, I'm sorry?
Who's going to ask the sponsor? You want the city to ask for the sponsors, or you going to ask the sponsors?
No, the motion was for the city to support the marketing efforts for the event. All people up here have been, every event that anybody's had, whether it's been approved by council or not, has shown up on the city's social media and has been promoted. But Councilmember Atkins, I guess, is doing belts and suspenders and actually doing a motion for what this council has a pattern of doing. So the motion is just about the promotions, not
That's what I'm
about
trying to
sponsorship
ask.
for the event or use of staff or any of that. He mentioned there was going to be volunteers.
That's what I was trying to ask. What is it that you're wanting from the city?
Making sure that we can support this event through our marketing platforms, our social media platform, and our website, particularly to get as many children out as possible. And as we continue to solicit sponsors, we meaning the organizers of the event. That would be Bryson Construction, Impact Church, Community Impact, and myself as a council member supporting the event.
To make sure that it's provided on social, to make sure it's showed on social media.
Yes, marketing the event.
I get that. It's just a simple yes or no.
I said yes, marketing the
that's all
event.
you need
Come
to
on,
say.
y'all.
Thank
It's
you.
late. It's late.
You got to go through all
And
that. It ain't.
the motion, again, recent events. The event held last week on senior LAHEAP assistants. All of the events have been promoted by all of the events of council members, mayor have been promoted. Councilmember Atkins is doing belts and suspenders and making a motion that the back to school event being held on July 26th be promoted through the city's marketing and promotion channels. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Any other public comment? Comment went way back in. There was a question asked earlier about what activities do we have for youth in the city by someone who I think pays quite a bit of attention to what's happening, but maybe they missed the STEM summer camp that the Parks and Recreation Department is having. Our police department will have their annual summer youth program. There are currently activities that happen at East Point Parks and Recreation Center, not just the Bowden Center. There are a group of seniors, I think it's Silver Sneakers, they do workouts, there's line dancing. So there are a number of multi-generational activities that happen within the city of East Point through our Parks and Recreation Department, our police department, and and other programs that support our multi-generational residents in the city. Are there any executive session items this evening?
Yes, Madam Mayor. We have 2 legal and 1 real estate.
Mr. Jones,
I have 1 personnel.
counsel. Have 1 real estate, 2 legal, and 2 personnel. Any other executive session items? Not, can we get a motion to recess into executive session for 1 real estate, 2 legal, and 2 personnel?
Madam Mayor, I
Yeah.
make a motion that we adjourn into executive session for
One-
1 real estate, 2 personnel, and 2 legal.
So moved. Is there a second? Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries. Motion to reconvene. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Need a motion to proceed as discussed in executive session as it relates to the quarters tab. Is there a motion? Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Need a motion to approve the executive session meeting minutes. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Motion to adjourn. It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Good night.